Hello?
There we go. The recording's paused too. So,
I see.
yeah. Sorry, I can't see that far away anymore.
I don't think I could either.
Okay. There it goes. Yeah, we're good.
Good evening. The City Services and Environmental Policy Committee of the Board of Alders will meet in person on Thursday, April 3rd, 2025 at 6:00 p.m. in the Board of Alders Chamber located at 165 Church Street, second floor, New Haven, Connecticut, to hold the following workshop and hear and act on the following items. Workshop with the New England Climate Movement and city staff to review requests in the transportation transformation resolution with a focus on the progress and implementation of the Safe Routes for All Active Transportation Plan. Item LM 2025-0108, order of the Board of Alders of the City of New Haven authorizing the mayor to sign a multi-year letter or memorandum of understanding MOU agreements in partnership with Region Council of Governments and BoA Incorporated to implement shared mobility services in New Haven. LM 2025-0075, order of the Board of Alders of the City of New Haven authorizing the city to enter into a long-term license agreement with the New Haven Parking Authority for the under air rights garage parking facility. LM 2025-0118, resolution of the New Haven Board of Alders authorizing the City of New Haven to apply for and accept funding through the Connecticut Department of Economic and Community Development's Innovation Plus program. Per order, Honorable Anna S. Chair, attest Honorable Michael Smart, City Town Clerk. These items are on file and available in the Office of Legislative Services located at City Hall, 165 Church Street, second floor, New Haven, 06510. For accessibility related accommodations, please call 203-946-7651V or 203-946-8482 to PD. Public comment testimony can also be submitted via email to publictestimony@newhavenct.gov before 2:00 p.m. on a day of the week. This meeting may be viewed on the New Haven Board of Alders YouTube. Good evening, everyone. I'm the chair of CSAP. Welcome. I will allow my colleagues to introduce themselves starting to my right. Katie Marks, Ward 26.
Kempton Singh, Ward 5.
Keon Flores, Ward 1. Thank you for being here. We're going to start with the workshop. Before we do so, just if anyone wishes to testify on any of the 3 items in the workshop, the 3 other items, there is a sign-up sheet to my right, your left on the table against the wall. You have a phone, and I suggest you put it in vibrate mode or turn it off, please. Because we're reading recorded. And the fewer interruptions, the better our flow will be here as a board. I think that covers it. I do see some staff here that are present in the workshop. The climate movement. Welcome. I think you should come every time instead of meeting. Come forward, and as you are ready to be seated, please state your name and address for the record once you're settled in, and go right into what we have been discussing regarding your record.
Thank you. My name is Priya Sarkar. I live in 29 Chapel Street, Kansas. So we wanted to go discuss some we have given budget and financing this resolution. I know that we sent forward a document that details some of those things.
Yes, we also brought with us some materials that we have this summer.
Do you mind giving one to Ms. behind her city staff?
And then we also have petition filings, both in person and online.
And that we into staff.
So, yeah. So I'm not sure if you guys have gotten the chance to look over the document that we sent forward, but basically we're honing on like 4 key points. So I'll just read them off right now. We need greater support for transportation. We need increased funding for staff, particularly for public communication, and behavior changes. And we need consistent increased budget allocations to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution. And lastly, we need clear reporting to qualify the impact of transportation initiatives.
So I think just as we are going to touch on this, your all's perspective and from the judges that are here as well to see what their feedback is, and any blockers you see towards getting this resolution passed.
Did you all hear that? The directors, what your mission is when you come forward? Is there anything else you would like to add? I know this is a continuing conversation regarding the resolution, and we hope to be enlightened by our city staff as to where we are, where we're heading, how we're looking to address concerns as well.
I guess would this be an appropriate to ask, it's just some questions regarding each building. So in terms of item 1, we were just wondering what steps is the city taking to remove its part and just, yeah, in terms of the further results. Department of Transportation traffic and parking reports back to all involvers in 6 months. I can continue to ask more questions. What steps is the city taking to maintaining the bus easier for driving regulations, safety at bus stops, renovated bus stations, installing express bus lanes, etc. What are those looking like? And also, as Jersey Metro has a new role as a member of the House of Representatives, is this a relevant person? Is this a relevant person to discuss this further with? And then in terms of item 4, with the studies the OCS currently track, if that function is sufficient, how can it be improved? And we just want to learn more and find out.
And then some questions about 6 about staffing. How does the city currently engage employers on transportation issues? So it's referring to like ELD and hospital, estimates, etc. Are there any legal concerns regarding private collaboration? And then our point regarding staffing for transportation, what staffing does TTP see as most urgent? And could federal or state grants support this position? And then for the last point regarding continued budget support, what level of funding is needed to transportation targets?
Okay, so that'll be the focus for us to hopefully address, and then we'll call you back up to make sure, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, I see our city engineer, director, director, ability office, as well as Mr. Piscatelli. I don't know if you were Yes. I don't know if you have any input you'd like to address. You know what? If you feel you want to come, you can come. If not, it's okay. It's regarding the transportation resolution by the New Haven Climate Movement. Since you're, it's dependent on the, yourselves, name and address for the record.
Mentor, Executive Director of Climate and Sustainability, 459 Dixwell Avenue.
Sandeep Asra, Director of Transportation, Traffic and Parking, 42 Main Street.
Michael Piscatelli, Economic Development Administrator at our
I'm Giovanni Osman, I'm a city engineer, and I live at 95.
Thank you for being here tonight. Appreciate it. Probably read the transportation resolution by the New Haven Climate Movement that we had a discussion about earlier last month. Time flies, so I don't know, last month, and there were some bullets that were concerning, not concerning, but we didn't have the answers to, and we're hoping that you can. We heard from the climate movement with some of the questions. So one of them is parking. You can start with some answers to some of these questions.
I did catch everything and I just going to try and do my best to answer some of those questions. So the first question was related to removing parking limits. Right, first question. I think, I mean, typically, historically has not been use of parking management outside of our enforcement activities, right? And that is a challenge for us. But I think the city has done, I believe the city has taken steps to move towards that point where, you know, we are thinking about parking as a strategy. Maybe it's for parking, you know, for certain types of developments. I think parking minimum needs to be studied. I think there needs to be some level of understanding what the needs are in the city. What is from a demand perspective, how are we managing parking? How are we pricing parking for that matter? We're looking at this kind of, uh, changing some policy on parking, so or eliminating. I think that is one of those things that needs a little bit more, much diet, and we're happy to support anything we can.
We don't have any data right now that supports any of it.
We don't have anything citywide currently. We've done some work around, based on studies, but we don't have any comprehensive data citywide around, how much parking is utilized at any given time. Where are the needs? Who is actually using these parking? What, how long are they using parking? We do have this data with like parking therapy, and we have a closed ecosystem in and out. Velocity is there's on-street parking, street, neighborhood parking, residential parking. I think all of this really needs to be looked at because I think we tried it many times and multiple times that we haven't really, you know, we haven't really studied citywide parking, managing parking, and at a citywide scale to see how we can, make decisions around changing parking. I think that is a good first step for you guys to go with this decision on whether we eliminate parking. And that could be part of that process. What are those recommendations that are part of evaluation?
So item number one in the resolution is that the Department of Transportation Parking reports back to the Board of Aldermen in 6 months with a plan and a timeline to cut transportation greenhouse gas emissions by 25% by 2030 and significantly increase bus, train, biking, walking, and electric vehicle use by 2030. So what steps are needed to accelerate the implementation of the State Routes for All statewide transportation plan?
There is a lot in that statement here, and without going into the specifics of the timeline and everything, I think we will need to, see how we can implement safe routes for all because we one of the action items for all 2 years ago was actually implemented force, and that requires a little, some level of resources and try to understand all the goals. But outside of that, we're still obviously, focused on implementing many of those action items that are in the safety for all, like transit, but really in terms of trying to address issue around climate change, safety, and those shift. I think it needs a lot more a focus group that can move forward. And on that note, I'll just be very blunt here. I think that focus group also needs to have some level of support. But obviously, going forward, provide a lot of support in our topics here. That requires some level of resources. For that comes back to the other point about supporting and making sure, uh, you know, uh, our meeting is good.
Will we meet the goal of the 25% emissions cut by 2030?
Well, the first question I would ask for that thing is, do we know what the baseline is and how are we going to, get to that point? Right now, we do not have any concrete data. Again, citywide, we do not have any specific data. We do not have any data about what that should really look like and how are we going to track it year over year.
If I may, Madam Chair, so we'll need help. I think it's a community-wide understanding of the severity of the issue and the need to move faster. I think with the support of the climate movement in part, there's a pathway here. We can talk a little bit about bus rapid transit, which would be implemented within the timeline set forth in the resolution later today. You're going to look at the latest complement localized fleet, which is the SWEET program. The parking, we can talk about that a little bit. And then the electric vehicle program, should we be incentives to keep this moving. So, in terms of what you may be doing and making a decision about this, we have a baseline, we have a forecasting. We should talk a little bit about what we think bus rapid transit will do to transform the ability for people to get around that never did take the bus before, either because it was too slow or the timeline didn't work, was every 10 minutes. All of that is changing on the BRT routes that we're discussing in detail.
I would add, I think that uh, Director Castelli and Director Arsenal has said about mode shift and having alternative modes and infrastructure that makes people feel safe using it is really important. We have data on vehicle miles traveled from last few greenhouse gas inventories, and that data shows largely because of COVID-induced changes in vehicle use patterns did show, and this gets back to the baseline question, did show a drop from 2019 to 2021 of 22%. That was largely because of this anomalous year where everyone drove a lot less. But it does show you the power that that budget plays in all of this. If we can build structures and systems for people to drive less, these emissions goals are not out of this world impossible. But that was a hugely anomalous year. We don't have to for 2023 see how much we found it, but we're looking at that this summer. And then I think the other challenge here is that large portions of this are out of our control. You know, we've seen that with all the erratic and enormous policy changes at the federal level. If the shift to electric vehicles stalls out, that'll have just major economy-wide implications for electrification of passenger vehicles, heavy vehicles, and that will definitely make this, difficult or possible.
Yeah, if I can add on to what Director Weber said, the greenhouse gas inventory, which was started back in 2000, 1990, and it has been, I think that has been a baseline that we've carried through since then. Michael, you worked on the Director you worked on that first one way back in the day. I had a couple cracks at it earlier in my career, and I think Director Weber elevated it to an art form. And that gives a lot of specific breakdown of different modes and their contribution. And I really want to echo sort of the sad plight we find ourselves in federally, where a lot of our greenhouse gas emissions are provided internal combustion vehicles. Mode shift can do a lot for that, but also losing we were seen as a real in shifting to clean vehicles. Director Winter's done a great job with our own. I'm down to one gas-powered vehicle in my department, for example. And that was really a time of hope. I think we're seeing that. We started to see the state working with our office. Really, all of us got some significant funding for plugins and charging. Obviously, DC right now, and unfortunately, the grants were showing all that is getting back. Listening to news report, California has something like 3 or 4 times more public charging ports than it does gas stations now. That kind of blew my mind. This is technology that's arrived. There's a lot of momentum. Shifts happening. How do we replicate that here to get to that 25% down? With our mode shift, with our change in technology. I think that second piece is really something that, unfortunately, is both very much out of our control, is really critical, and is going in the wrong direction right now.
Just to recall, as a whole, we have to come up with a much more comprehensive transportation demand management, right? We're always trying to, we're always looking our way to like adding new infrastructure, hoping that people use that new shift. Now, there was a press conference on microtransit launch, and the key to anything around greenhouse gas emissions or anything around this, a clear transportation demand management strategy where you have incentives for people to leave their cars at home and also building the next generation transportation system that includes special transit, because that's where the bus rapid transit comes in. And that's not just about the vehicles, it's about also making it much more attractive for people to use these kind of systems. Then obviously I already talked about how we also have to figure out where management, because you still have some need for it. And if you look at our city, the way our parking is set up, it's all on street parking, neighborhood parking, and then Grab is all on the west side of the city, which is all you know, so you now also be at a point where we are, where we actually building more housing, actually garages. Understanding those implications and the jobs and making decisions around those kind of decision making is going to be important in actually achieving that mode shift because we can build up by things, you'll have your mode shift, but the 60% of the people in the city actually use transit. They will continue to use transit. How do you, the people who do not use transit, right, for single occupancy vehicles, can afford a vehicle, how do you incentivize them to move into system, which is much more world class? That is going to unlock your mode shift, and that will have your benefits around like the issue and any safety improvements that come with those projects. I think we have a little bit to do. Bus rapid transit is the first step in that, but again, making our transit system more attractive. That's why we are also very excited about microtransit, for example. It's not a solution, it's a part of the bigger solution here. And we have to explore everything, whether by infrastructure or unnecessary parking, minimums for that matter, other transportation demand management strategies, like how to incentivize employees to come into a system where they can use these, so that it's, they pay discounted rates or whatever, and then improving our transit system. That that probably will be a good start to at least like have some, people use residents kind of move the mode shift, but that requires a little bit, obviously, much more deeper thinking into how to improve.
I think you mentioned, obviously we need to change our mentality to public transportation, but where are we even on a state level with Connecticut Transit? Will they be at? I feel like they take away some busing versus adding busing. And look at east, the shoreline east as well, the train. There are many people on the shoreline that would love to take a train to New Haven, where it is that they work, and some used to until the cutbacks. How do we work with the state to try and you don't have to answer this obviously tonight unless you have an answer, but they play a role as well in helping us to meet some of these goals. Because if they can improve public transportation, how can we, get people and encourage them to take public transportation if it's not meeting their time frame?
Partnership is very strong right now. So there are a couple of different things there, but in terms of the commitment to public bus, the electric bus, commitment to the bus traffic transit. Really exciting plans for Union Station, which will make it more travel things as part of your journey on State Street as well. So I think in terms of the partnership and funding to support what you're describing, good. Um, the shoreline is a little bit of a different circumstance because the high operating cost and the ridership dips through the pandemic and did not stay in their cars. So through lots of work with the delegation and other funding was restored, and so we got healthy service on shoreline. We need the riders to come back. Otherwise, it's going to be harder and harder to justify that when we have stronger ridership. But in terms of the commissioner and just generally the temperature of activities for public transit, it's like nothing we've seen. So it's a good one.
Yeah, I want to just echo what Commissioner Piscatelli said. I think the $150 million commitment the state made on bus rapid transit, it's a big one for the New Haven area, and mostly for New Haven. 20,000 riders a day on our bus system here in New Haven. That's a big number. We all know people in that, and continuing to change it from the perception that it's a transportation last resort, something that's preferential is big. And a lot of that is the routes and the headways and things that BRT is doing. I think another thing that we're trying to, BRT is doing very well, and we're trying to work more with them is the interface. How do you access the buses? If you have it, I recommend all we get it on your phone is the most convenient way to ride our buses. I'm very lucky. I can walk to the end of literally gives me an alert on my phone when I need to leave my house, so I know that I'm time to walk because it tracks the bus in real time. And then 20 minutes later, I'm in my office. And that starting to get very exciting. Directly to the office, and I don't I can hop on the office so it's a director. So I think those are things that we want to do and continue to encourage for buses, and also finding projects, and you'll hear a lot more about projects coming to you next month at CSAP around safety and active transportation, connecting people to buses and transit. That last bit between your home to the bus stop, making that as safe and enjoyable as possible and convenient is a big part of this as well.
Thank you for that. I think, I'd like to look at it as we're the leaders in some of this, and we just need to convince our neighboring towns to join us in this mission of decreasing greenhouse gases and taking advantage of public transportation in all these modes of train, rapid transit, all of that. We have it, now we need to use it.
Long way to go. I appreciate that.
So thank you all for working on all of that. There were other, did you all want to ask questions? Just, okay. There was a question from the director of winter in regard to, are you the person that they should, the be speaking with for some of these initiatives on the state level? But it sounds like the state is working with us.
I'm happy to be a point of contact for issues on the state level. I think Representative Lamar, having been the chair of transportation, also deeply knowledgeable all the mechanics behind this, how these programs are funded. Industry, but happy to be a point. There was a question about legislation to reduce or eliminate bus fares. SB 1243. I know that was voted out of the transportation committee. Not as ambitious as was when it entered the process of the transportation committee, but it would eliminate bus fares for veterans and requires a free or reduced fare for high school students. So that's something that districts can take advantage of and could be available for high school students getting to and from school, or getting from school to after school programs at home. So I think there's an effort there to address some of what we've heard around disconnected youth, opening up opportunities for young using the transit system literally as a tool to do that. So I think that's an encouraging step, even if it's not as broad as completely. Fares, I think that for a lot of these more ambitious things, the state will need to look at other funding mechanisms for the special transportation fund. The more electric vehicles we have on the road, the less the gas tax revenue there is. And there hasn't been a clear decision about how you make up with revenues. So in the long run, there are big picture questions we'll need to answer. Trade service, or improve bus service, or reduce fares.
Are you familiar with UPass? A lot of the colleges and university students can apply for this UPass, and it's free to the student, where they get to ride any public method of transportation, including free, up until state borders. So that's something that students should take advantage of as well, which is bus and train, which is an advantage. But I'm not sure if everyone knows about that.
I'm sure if you're a student at one of the universities that participates, right, you do. But okay, this would be at least as I understand it, a similar program just
for high schoolers.
Okay.
Perfect. Staffing to engage, some of our partners the hospitals, the universities? What are we doing? Are we partnering with them as well to try and reduce the travels that their employees have? Or, the staffing.
A couple of things. I think that's part of that travel transportation that I'm strategy I'm talking about, right? The developing partnership with the university, use leverage our existing relationship and partnership with the transit to probably figure out ways to understand those redundancies in these systems. Real operates its own transit system. I think we've sort of explored that thing in the past. I think that's something that should explore way to improve that relationship or create a use those systems that are common systems. Everyone can use that system, but they couldn't build it that way. And then the new pass program, because that is again incentives programs for available for students, and this high school thing is even better. How do you bring more and more people, more different types of demographics into the system, where they can use accessible, affordable, and reliable transit or system? That's our also. We don't run our transit system. Like the city does not have its own transit system. With our microtransit program, again, that is one of the keys, right? The first month is free. We want everyone to and use it and like it or what not what they don't like, and so that we can use that feedback to continuously improve our system. More and more people use these things and use their car. I would, I haven't started the Transit Pro system yet, but I'm so excited to go to Stop and Shop and do shop. You pay $1.75 and go and among other things. The key is how to create that, create incentives to build the systems and improve the system for the traffic. And that comes back to that collaboration. So we, actually trying to explore and city traffic, to see how we can, find some synergies there. So leverage that opportunity to kind of like have a better strengths. Um, and I think that was an answer to that question about the collaborations.
Staffing for transportation, traffic, and parking, staffing as well as any grants that might be available, although our city engineer has actually addressed the grant situation on a federal level where those grants seem to be on a back burner right now. But is there a need?
So I'm just going to step back and give you a little overview. So basically, we run $11 million grant to completely replace, improve Chapel Street safety. And there's different layers of that question, different key things. Uh, but we were at a point where at least last year, we had a lot of federal support and grants. We don't know how things are going to line up in a few years. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But the question of like whether we need more staffing, yes, I mean we could use more staffing, but that is a challenge that I've had. And there's to balance out the needs of all the departments. But we're doing our best. We've done a great job. We're securing all those grants so far. With community change grants and all the grants from EDA. I think we've had a lot of success, but it was an amazing group of people who have worked. Um, if there are more grants, we have support to get some, we have support from our schools and those grant benefits, writing and pursuing this grant. So we have enough support right now, but I think, depending on where we land in the next 5 years, we'll have to see if that resource allocation needs to be adjusted. But we cured so many times in the last 5 years. And we have $30 million worth of grants right now sitting, and we're trying to figure out how are we going to manage this. Because that is the next big challenge in this conference. But I think we have support all the way from the mayor's office and the board of folders. So we do our best to kind of move things along, see what the plan in a few years.
For that. There's actually a question even, well, there's an item for economic development. For mainly, well, the statement is that the Economic Development Administration report back to the Board of Alders in 6 months with a plan to promote active transportation to all their public activities, events, and initiatives. And I'll add, what marketing, what type of doing on that level.
Taking a look at this on number 4, there's lots of like about this resolution. I think we know why you raised it tonight, and these are all things that are achievable, and we would be certainly more than willing to support this and dedicate to we for the next year. And with some self-reflection, we don't do large team yet, or how to get to the event, or take advantage of the different ways to get to that time, and we would commit to doing that.
Thank you. I would kind of that I covered the questions that were presented, but I'll follow up the climate movement as well to make sure that we have covered their specific questions that they gave us this evening. Are there any comments or questions from the members? Alder Smith, and welcome. I just realized you're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologies for being late. This might be a question that you might have missed. This one bucket of questions was around just progress on the safe route development we have.
First thing is
That was, I think, a core tranche of questions, so I don't want to repeat.
we cover the main objective. Did you write down any of the questions while they were being?
I did. I think we went through all the questions that they had. Funding targets. I don't exactly know what I wrote down here, but
well, it's also steps to taking the bus for more vulnerable populations and green for free busing or.
There was a couple questions about data collection, air quality. So as Giovanni mentioned, the greenhouse gas inventory, and the engineering department's also set up, I want to say 12 or 14 air quality, 11 air quality monitors that measure PM 2.5, so particulate matter. And then we have, if our big EPA grant is funded, allow more PM 2.5 is passive air quality that monitors you pick up hundreds of pollutants. And then Professor Southern looking at ozone precursors, so smoke affects asthma, so they may also be able to deploy them. It's a separate grant.
I guess it doesn't help that we have 91 and 95 right through our city regarding asthma rates. I'm going to change it up a little bit, and because I'm also on finance committee, I did notice that in the budget there is funding in different areas for climate, for safety, for all actually dispersed in different areas. And each touch a little bit on what more particularly departments looking at in the capital budget for funding some of these initiatives?
Sure, and obviously my budget presentation is next week, and I'll talk about it in more detail. But I think the mayor's budget is very generous within the guardrails that we have. For dollars, I think one of the powerful things about local dollars is that we're able to use that into state and federal So for the $1 million that's in the department budget for one thing or another, that can turn into $5 or $10 million with all the other grants and things we get. Tomorrow we're having our meeting on Saturday, so it's a $7 million project. City money in that, was like 20%, right? So it's a small that then multiplies a lot more. So the number that you see in the city budget, to do with it is actually greater.
So I think mayor's budget, at least from TTV side, is pretty well balanced in terms of the needs. The recent news coming out of yesterday with tariffs and everything, it's quite challenging to that next few years. Clawback. We don't know those information where we're going to, that's going to have impact, but understanding where we are at and those other needs and balance and citywide budgets across the city. I think we've had from our TTP ask, I believe we had some amount of money from that. Again, to Mani's point, about that 20% match. How does that multiply and get the things moving and moving towards the target of achieving those action items in safe for all, right? Again, outside of that, any implementation task force or anything, I think we've done achieved a lot. I mean, obviously things take a lot of time and, but sometimes you'll see the floodgate open when you suddenly see these projects all coming into fruition at the same time. The street, the avenue, put 5 years with BRT and Chapel Street, right? I think that is where you'll probably see a transform city. I've been running the city for like 25 years now, and it's changed dramatically in the last 2 years. And that is all this level of the mayors level and all the work that hard work's been done out of like departments before I started. I think we're on the right track. I think we have sufficient resources, at least for now. We hired an engineer. Hopefully, we'll be using the, automated enforcement data to kind of understand these forward. So there are pathways, right? The only thing is there are some headwinds. How do we not predict how those are going to affect our goals? But from a commitment perspective, we are all along, just bring the money, even if it's incremental or if it's like one single, sort of like tranche of, bucket of things that go at a time. Our goal is to keep eyes on the target and just keep moving forward.
Thank you for that. Anything to add to mayor's budget recovery?
I think we covered a lot of ground today. One thing we'll do at the budget hearing, so about engineering next weekend, are kind of map it out with what the ask is locally, with what else is coming to the table. So sometimes it'll see a little bit small in our capital budget, but when you think about it, it's close to stitching together all the local for true budget lines to the city, but not all of that is money coming directly to the city. Today, the bureau chief for DOT announced the bus shelter replacement program, which will, we had what, $50,000 for bus shelters. It's not down, the whole budget gets destroyed. But they're coming in with a large grant for the whole region to fix all the bus shelters. And that's really great. It doesn't necessarily even really touch us on the balance sheet.
Great, thank you.
Right, and I think that is a $20 million program where the enabling transit system is going to get a sizable portion. And it is still kind of release a lot of pressure on our side to kind of like replace these things to the administrators point. Like these things, there's a lot of damage, and we are in the constant mode of actually that our capital money goes into actually maintaining existing and operating existing systems. We have very little money set aside really for like projects, that match, any match that we can from a funding source. that basically takes us a long way, forward. But it's a very it's kind of an interesting moment in our careers, and where we are at the, like, where how the transportation systems have changed.
For that. I wasn't thinking down that line, how the money that's in our capital budget could actually help with getting additional dollars to help with some of these initiatives. So, thank you for that. There is, a question here. I'm sure if any of you can enlighten us regarding, Board of Ed. I know that, that it's a topic that generally the Board of Ed, but to want to school possibly, well, we mentioned students' fares, public transportation, but even electrification of the buses. I know that they were looking into that, but again, it's not our expertise here. I have the Board of Ed for that, but I don't know if any of you can enlighten anything that you may know of what's happening. And it's okay, you can have them.
So with support from the board of aldermen, the climate emergency task force devoted about its budget in this fiscal year to purchase bicycles for the public school system and support of part-time bicycle education. So that curriculum model on Washington DC is going to go to, I think, 5 to 6 schools this year. And there was some great reporting independent of second graders learning how to ride a bike for the first time. So the goal there, again, if we get funding from EPA, we can do it in the next couple of years. If not, we'll have to look at resources, but to expand that every second grader learns how to ride a bike. I think that is an attainable goal. Even if we don't, the EPA funds don't end up coming through. So I think that's like one sliver of this. And then I think more broadly speaks to what about that if we have a network of bike lanes, if we have a functional bike share that if there's scooters or other options that are safe and accessible to young people. On the bus electrification grant application into EPA, we should hear back this month or the next month. As far as I know, that program is still good. And beyond that, there's a requirement for first to develop plans and projections for bus electrification. Beyond that.
Great, thank you.
One thing that we've been thinking is, like I said, there's an engineering component, enforcement, we've got, the equity component, and then obviously education is one of those big pieces of that 4 E's. We started engaging with the state on school program coordinator to kind of figure out some sort of, kind of figure out different pathways where roadway safety, to understand what type of improvements or finding out any obstacles for students or parents or anyone, like staff. What are their patterns? What type of obstacles do they have in walking about the school? We've started to engage our partners on trying to come up with some sort of, trying to figure out how to get that thing going. The second thing, we've also started working on like some sort of marketing campaign, education around it, and we had many years ago when Greg Piscatelli was around and Jim Travers, the former director of the campaign. We've been sort of strategizing in the last year or so to figure how do we launch that program through marketing efforts citywide, and align it with the Vision Zero campaign, the automated traffic enforcement that will be launched this year. So kind of use that opportunity to, have a broad education and around, some of those projects and best practices using, facilities. A lot of people are not aware of lots happening. There's a lot of stuff happening in everyone's life, right? So how do you navigate the city streets safely to reduce the risk of everyone who's around you? We are slowly starting to like figure out some sort of a strategic plan around that. And hopefully, launching some portion of it launching this year, and can continue into the following year.
Perfect, thank you. Any? All the floor.
Question. Thank you, Chair. And thank you for presenting. I think this has been a lot of really great information and a really strong group of people to be presenting. My question was going back to the data and the first be it further resolved. I understand that it takes time, probably outsourcing this data out, especially around et cetera. I was just wondering, and this is me for TTP, what sort of is possible within 6 months if we were to have a meeting just like this in 6 months? What is something that maybe that TTP could commit to in that time, working towards this aim of decreasing greenhouse gas emissions from transportation? Just interested to see sort of what you think is possible.
I can at least comment on what's possible is in the next 6 months, at least from the last thing I just talked about.
Yeah.
Having some sort of, if I build a dashboard around what's our baseline conditions here that could be improved. One issue, we also try to understand, where people are going from and going to. I think we are still trying to get a handle on what level of data we want to use and what we is useful for us to actually educate ourselves and also the public in understanding, where we want. I think that is something that's possible. Some of the old available data we have from different sources. We're working to figure out how to actually, share it with the public and so it's understandable. I think that is a good starting point for at least for us to understand some of the baseline. Citywide, it's a little challenging about data and everything. It's quite challenging, very costly. But we still have to understand. For example, they try to improve systems. Okay, where our bike network, where our assets are, what condition our assets are. It's a work in progress, and it's been happening for a while. And it will continue to happen. But but definitely, obviously, we're not stopping. We're getting to the point where we have a world-class transportation system, and that takes a lot of effort and partnerships and everyone's coordination. So,
Thank you. Thank you. Laura?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you all for being here. Really appreciate the information. And if you could stay just a few minutes I'm going to help my movement back up just to make sure we've covered what needed to be covered. Thank you. I'm going to ask you to state your name and address for the record again. Please keep in mind.
My name is Meredith Pope, and my address is 109 Fountain Street.
Chris Schweitzer, 361.
You heard from the departments, hopefully we've addressed some of the items that are in discussion, resolution. What are your thoughts?
Yes, this is extremely helpful, and thank you to all the directors for all the updates. I think it sounds like largely all of the directors kind of agree that it's possible to achieve the structures that we're looking to achieve with this resolution. So that was very exciting to hear. I think the main thing that we will make sure we take away is that there is a plan to implement these changes, as well as a plan to communicate these changes and really make sure that we can get folks to switch their transportation and conclusions. So overall, I appreciate it.
I guess I think I appreciate all this going on. There's a lot going on. The question is, if any one of the projects, what's the impact on cutting pollution and greenhouse gases? So bus riders, transit is great. I think there's 3 corridors, but what's that doing, reducing traffic and pollution, people commuting, but that's a question. I really want to get towards 25% reduction, which actually is much higher for reducing greenhouse gases. But what's the, if we're building out some bike lanes in parts of the city, what are the expectations around getting people on bikes and do people, particularly vulnerable populations, women and children, seniors, feel comfortable when they get onto it? Again, and things like, we worked a lot with Go to Give Go, which we organized with TCP, Yale, and others years ago. And part of that was trying to get partner institutions, the hospital, Yale, who see their employees every single day and working with CT lives, really push them daily to do things differently, to change behavior. So what kind of work do you have in that area? Because like Giovanni said, there's great resources like the transit app. It's really great thing. Most people live up Whitney Avenue, Whitney Avenue, don't even know the buses exist. They're just like car centric. That's our experience. So how much work needs to be done for applications over today? What things need to happen to get? I mean, the bike program with the kids is great. It's wonderful spikes and bike sets. I get it in 2nd grade, but what's it really look like to have a really robust transportation shift and what needs to be happening for children and families as a school? Is that it, or is it something, obviously, Steve's talking about spreading that out to, buses, but is there something that's in high school? What else needs to happen? What are the barriers about accessing bikes? Just a lot of questions. That's for us, is like where planning and staffing questions come in. That takes a lot of discussion and work and community outreach and feedback as you all know very well.
I think we got a lot of good information tonight during this workshop. It's hopeful for the Haven, I think, to try and reach at least our 2030 goal. The 25%, obviously, data driven, and it sounds like that's being worked on. So hopefully, I can stay in touch, obviously, with our city staff and make sure we're getting this data and report back to see where we are. That will help us be able to work on getting another workshop together. Would you like to add, the committee members, Alder Marks?
Yes, hi. Good evening. I missed the prior workshop, so some catch up to do. Just to hear you speak with the the question of pollution. I heard the term, I'm thinking about the term, and I think what's being asked in this resolution is sort of what can the board hold. I think there are limited things that the city government can do. We didn't even talk about it when we pass laws. Prohibit certain things, we can drive on certain days. They do that, right? We pass laws. We can invest resources or infrastructure, which I think is happening here, and we can do things like build infrastructure. Between the lines, I heard you mention things like outreach, to community organizing, kind of. Can either of you speak to the vision of, you can also take place, but we need a culture shift, and it's not the role of government necessarily where government can entirely solve. So just speak to your vision of how we can sort of lay roots, experiments that I think are really, really required at the time for this to work. Is that fair? Just to ask your
Sure. I was actually taking notes when that question was raised. I think there are many things that can be done and be done simultaneously to try to make progress as quickly as possible. Things like drive on free passes for more people, safer bus shelters and really marketing the education piece. I think that's where the equity of the Board of Education comes into play. And also just leveraging the platform that you all have as a community leaders, I think would be useful. I know Alder Smith has an instrument to follow public resources. Yeah, so things like that. So I guess by example, using all is important.
Inspiration.
Also, just I'm not sure if I told her about the government's role, but I think like just embracing exactly something government can do, shift roads and get people who feel like they have to drive a vehicle and don't even have it. Improving buses and subways. I think those kind of years. And Doug Haslett produced the TPP on the parking charges and how you know, charge the city offices for the ability to like, go get gas tax and that within the midst of what can be done is trying to reduce barriers and a lot of folks speak much more eloquently about this. And let's say there's a street saying, nice bike lane on Elm Street, but people are like miles an hour. Not a very good place to bike. I bike there, but a lot of people are not going to go there. They're just not going to get us where we need to go. The buses, lots of attitudes about bus route, and that's a lot of places. Events, people are just signing for the shelter things sound great. There's going to be other enough shelters and not saying like what the good system look like. Work on that and encourage people to feel private and like I know bus driver transit and some of that kind of stuff, but instead of picking that apart and saying where are people going anxious, I just don't know about that. We put together a map together with Go Give and Go called Get There From Here. It was basically a graphic of like basically all the bus routes and parts of the bike lanes and the trains going 4 different directions. But there's a ton of transportation around here. It was meant to be really well technical. We used to do for people, a lot of folks that brought a lot of ways to get around. A lot of people aren't quite English. Means that don't have transit happen from. So it's both. I think both like really barriers, understanding things. I think that's a lot of what do with infrastructure, but also it's a lot of education, and that's why we tackle a lot of the one thing the plan, but also having staff or resources to work. Staffing to really do much. People try to work with Southern a lot and get out of the hospital, other employees and CT practice because it's you think about it, like an employer can really, because they see the employees every day, can really remind people, encourage people. CT Rides tries to do a lot of work. I mean, we've been so addicted to cars and fossil fuels for so long. This is not a small challenge. It's huge. So that's kind of what I'm concerned is like, while there's hard at the project cities doing, what's the impact? And we need to be really careful about making sure the new projects also roll out really well. There's good communication on bus training or about getting kids on bikes. So as quickly and as safely as possible.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for both of you about marketing and outreach, especially based on your experience with Go to Even Go. I mean, this is a perennial challenge in this idea that there's so much going on. I'm sure people know about that comes up in transportation, but this is a course of spying question. Answer. I'd be curious from your experience. When you think about some of the campaigns that you run or campaigns you've seen in other cities, what comes to mind? If you could wave a magic wand and see a marketing campaign that really reaches people over the course of any ideas come up?
And yes, there's a lot of ideas. I think like I was saying earlier, you have to do a lot of things at once to really just make it super visible. I think if you had a magic wand, you would use all the marketing channels available. So posters, word of mouth, social media, all of the different methods. I think it's about meeting, the findings there. So we have my information about fairs and markets that happen in Newport. So being there where people are going or excited to be there, so they're around.
That's a really good question. I mean, I think there are places like Florida and how some of we see the Chicago bike transit program. I mean, City Rides is all developed on getting people out, talking to employers and doing events, and reminding people and encouraging people, educate about transit apps, about how the buses work, how to get a bike on a bus, how to get a fare. The youth working this spring on videos about I've been on a bus before. I didn't pay the fare. That's a barrier for a lot of people. It really is. The assumption was like you ride a bus here. It's just, yeah, I mean, I grew up in the suburbs. I was never on a city bus. Oh, so I just think there's a lot of stuff. I think somebody mentioned about, or Festa, about getting some of these staffing is how you work with and East Haven and West Haven. How do we get things going so people in these towns are also being encouraged to bring buses? Maybe that's a broad question, but it's a question. It's really a challenge to get. And Giovanni's working hard to put in the Whitney Avenue infrastructure. Well, people in Hampton going to use it. I mean, what are they? Like, how do we get that to be really small? But I don't really know. Like, there's one city that really does this really well. It's Portland, Copenhagen, infrastructure. Things we really can show. At least the infrastructure, but there's still a lot of challenges. But hopefully, I just think it's.
Thank you both. It's interesting to think about outreach as infrastructure, just like sidewalks and streets outreach is a kind of infrastructure we build. It makes me curious about something like even taking the transit app. What if 15% we hit a goal and focus on one of these outreach efforts? It was a lot about how to build outreach infrastructure that we can then
Just one point is that something we talked about in the plan, like where strategically should we really focus resources? Like bike infrastructure, while I like it, it's really expensive and really complicated. Should we really say next 5 years we're going to go all over the buses? Infrastructure around it, shelters coming, like people want to be adapt, like we want to really work hard on this. 5 years, we're going to do X number. And that'd be a question.
Maybe we need to organize field trips. And I'm not even joking, get the kids on the bus. This is how it works. I mean, I remember as a kid growing up in New Haven, I took the bus there, Connecticut, the transfer slips. I'm not dating myself. I don't have to grab a transfer slip if we want to slip. The bus driver to take another bus and we knew how to do it. And maybe we just need to take these kids on field trips on how to take the bus. And they will bring it home to their parents. And maybe we need to do a citywide campaign on something to encourage folks to take public transportation. Right, it's not all about bikes. It's not all about those modes of transportation. You have Connecticut Transit, you have public transportation that is available to everyone. Anything else you'd like to add?
Clear, like where communication. Not that we're totally like addicted to having that past as its form, but if there's what's the role to encourage, like you mentioned possible TTP or other folks in 6 months to get a sense of their plan for the next 5 years. Almost that's a big question.
As far as the resolution, I think we can discuss it, as a committee as well, and stay in touch with you all. This is all of our responsibility, right? We have to work together to make sure that we have something that we can stand behind and make sure it's going to happen, by 2013. So we'll definitely stay in touch. We can have the conversation. This was, we started with you all presenting a solution. With this workshop and continuing the conversation, to get a picture of what is realistic on this resolution, move forward in a timely fashion, and where do we need to work to make it happen. But we will stay in touch. I'm not going to make any promises right now that next month we're going to have another meeting to discuss the resolution and we're going to pass it. Because I'm not going to make any promises just yet. Are we heading there?
Also, I agree, you missed that that's pre-apologize, you have to run out, maybe we should do that, but you really apologize.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you for being here tonight and we'll continue this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And of course, thank you to the city departments again for hearing. At this point, we can move on to our second item, which is with Director Winter. The BoA scooter. And I believe we have some guests on Zoom.
Jeff is here.
Hi, hello everyone. Can you all hear me?
Is there any way, Jeff Hoover, that you could turn your camera on?
I'm happy to. I don't know that I have the option presented to me right now.
You do. You have to accept the camera, Jeff.
Can I move?
Okay, go ahead.
Might be-
Find it on your what you want.
Okay, great. I was just able to join as a panelist. Can you all see and hear me now?
Yes, yes. Thank you, and thank you for your patience.
Not at all. Thank you all for having us.
How do I need to join the Teams meeting?
No. You can actually just connect to the computer, and then we'll show you. You can do it that way too. If you want. You can share your screen if you want to join the meeting.
And just for the record, I'm going to have everyone state their name and address. We can begin with Jeff Hoover. If you could state your name and address for the record,
Go,
please.
Jeff.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Jeffrey Hoover. My address is 624 Prospect Avenue, Oakland, California, 94610.
Thank you.
Stephen Winter, Executive Director of Climate and Sustainability, 459 Dixwell Avenue.
Sandeep Russell, Director of Transportation, Traffic and Parking, 42 Main Street.
Thank you. You can proceed with your presentation. I see we have a handout here. Is this what we're going to be following?
Yes.
Yes, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
While we're working on the audio visual, I can give some brief background. So Director Isola and I were part of a review committee as part of a procurement process that the Capital Region Council of Governments conducted for a micro-mobility service provider last year. And Hartford had previously had a scooter share program, and the company that was sponsored it had financial difficulties, so they were no longer able to operate. So they wanted to have a new procurement done by the Capital Region, who was part of the previous scooter operation. And they wanted to make sure that all the operators that considered were financially strong and would be able to serve communities with varying sets of needs. So BoA was the operator selected. And what do I mean by varying sets of needs? So Hartford is very different from New Haven in that you can ride a bike on the sidewalk legally in Hartford. And that their previous scooter share allowed for anyone to pick up and drop off a scooter within the city. So you could just leave your scooter at your destination. Whereas New Haven, we don't have the same rules around sidewalk riding, and we've gotten feedback from stakeholders that we really wanted to have designated parking areas, so that scooters wouldn't be left everywhere, that they'd be dropped off in specific locations. And so that kind of flexibility is something that BoA can provide. So now that we got this up, we can walk through.
Can I make it bigger? Yes, on your side.
The presentation here. So the,
Just go with it.
yeah, since you all have it, so why don't we just bring Steve through the slides?
Yeah, we have it in front of us anyway, so
So
we can
let's go to
follow
first.
along.
I'll bring it up.
So there's, to begin, just alignment with our city plan and the vision for sustainable transportation that we were talking about with the transportation transformation resolution. Some background on BoA as a woman-founded and led company. And then some examples on the third page of university market. So they have a strong experience operating in cities that have large university presence. And then continuing on, this was with the background I mentioned about the procurement process last summer. So the city would be entering into a contract with BoA as well as a side letter agreement with BoA and the Capital Region Council of Governments, which would allow us to access the suite of services that BoA agreed to provide through the RFP process. And this is just the timeline of that process. You can see that it's been going on for almost a year now, from the solicitation through they launched last summer in Hartford. We did a demo ride with some of the alders last fall, and we are hoping to launch the service later this month, if possible. This would be the initial service area. So the aim here would be to deploy roughly 250 scooters within this area around downtown, and to have this be the service area for the first year. Make sure that we're able to operationalize things well with BoA, address issues within this limited territory before hopefully the second year expanding to the city as a whole. The agreement with BoA would allow for us to continue working with them through the term of their agreement with Capital Region Council of Governments, which goes through the middle of 2029. But either party could exit the agreement if there were issues. There's notification provisions.
I think one thing Steve forgot to mention is this is a no-cost agreement for the city. So, and that is one of the first questions that we've been, asked a number of times actually. But the idea here is this is no cost, code cost for the city. And although we are going to be providing some, administrative support in terms of trying to do some selection around the locations, because that is something that we have a lot more investment in terms of both from a liability perspective. So we are working with BoA to sort of pre-screen all these locations, make sure we work with the core council, and make sure that anything from a liability perspective, there's very limited, exposure to the city. And also to make sure we comply with all the state and federal regulations around, anything related to American Disabilities Act, so we want to make sure that everything, so that obviously took a lot of time, and we're still kind of going through the process. That's why we're launching at the phased approach.
Yeah, so there's no cost to the city, and as Sandeep mentioned, the city would be indemnified, so there's no additional legal risk. So that's the reason why we shared with the committee and Misty that we'd be utilizing the city's standard contract for this rather than the MOU that was originally in the order. And then vice versa, there's no fee for BoA to operate, and that allows them to provide, and we'll get to this in a discounted fare structure for residents who receive public benefits. But before we get to that, within the service area, these colored circles are the initial set of parking locations where you can pick up or drop off a scooter. So again, it's not like in Hartford where you can just leave a scooter at your destination. If you're not in one of these designated areas, you would continue to be charged for your ride, which is very similar to the bike share program where you essentially have a meter that's running. So riders would need to park in one of these areas, which are geofenced in order to have
And we'll show you some examples of what that may look like. So some are existing bike corral locations, some are the existing bike share locations. We'll leverage that opportunity to use that because there's enough space and capacity of those bike share locations that park authorities are operating, and also dockless systems. So obviously, we want to make sure that there's enough sidewalk coverage and space so that it does not, interfere with any of the, our day-to-day operations from our staff's perspective, and also doesn't pose a risk for the public. So I think because you've seen this reverse model, operating model in every other city where you can actually drop off and pick up anywhere you want, versus you're not allowed in certain locations. Here it's so completely reverse, where we are actually working very closely in our team from our team and coordinating with Public Works also to kind of make sure these locations are fully vetted by the city staff. And we'll probably be making some adjustments as we move through the program. Like there may be some locations where we have higher demand as we run the program, so we may add more spaces. And there may be locations with lower demand where we have to scale back a little bit, like have a smaller space, but still create that opportunity, opportunity for access for people to be able to, book a ride or book a e-scooter, go to wherever they want, the first mile, last mile connections.
But just a point of clarification, because you mentioned that there would be 250 scooters set up to begin with, but mainly downtown, but the map shows citywide, almost. Well,
no,
downtown and Prospect Hill, so there are some
Yeah, so
outside of downtown.
It's in and around downtown,
Okay,
but it doesn't include Beaver Hills or Westville or the East Shore. There's parts of the Hill and West River and Dwight that are not included in the initial service area. It's just this area here.
okay, so it's downtown.
Downtown.
A little bit outside of downtown. Okay, I just wanted to
Mhm.
clarify that, thank you.
Sure.
Chair, while we're on the map, what do the colors mean?
Oh, that was just my system of saying this is this neighborhood is that neighborhood. So I just classify the colors by neighborhood. So it's really just for my understanding, saying, hey, there's only 4 in West River, maybe we need more kind of thing. So you can see like downtown is that purple. It's all a lot of stuff in downtown. We think that's where the highest demand is going to be early on. But again, that will kind of move around this map eventually. Once we do our field review, we have to do a much more detailed field evaluation, saying measuring the spaces, make sure there's enough sidewalk space, like 5 feet cover, sidewalk room. So once we do that, these dots may move around. This is just the early stage of desktop.
Thank you.
So the next slide has the pricing information. So there's an unlock fee and then a charge per minute. And this was really right in line with all of the other respondents to the RFP. So it's very competitively priced. And then on the, there's also membership options where you can sign up for a monthly fee that reduces you can eliminate the unlock fees and reduce the permanent cost. And then on the next slide, there are income-based discounts. So if you're part of, say, SNAP benefits, you can access $5 a month pricing, which gets you one free 30-minute ride per day, and then half off the fee structure after that, and there are no fees to unlock the device.
And then I think just kind of like step back and reflect on that. So our city is like, small enough that if you do, you can basically get a free ride for at least like go from here to Stop and Shop and back, right? I mean, you can actually get your full ride for free, pretty much one free ride per day, if you're actually going, to back and forth to Stop and Shop. So.
How long does it take you to grocery shop?
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying, because.
How many bags? And how many bags?
Because, you should see some of those videos out there. People are very creative about using these scooters to like carry their shopping haul. But, again, like if you really want to do, go these, kind of get something that you need, that emergency stuff, this is a great opportunity. Like, the city is small enough in terms of coverage where we can go from point A to point B and take advantage of the 30-minute ride per day, right? So,
Just had to give you a hard time.
Yeah.
My grocery shopping is longer than 30 minutes. Not that I like it.
You're telling about it.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for a pasta.
Gets more complicated than that. I'm sorry. We could go on.
That's okay. So, but yeah, they'll be hiring locally for folks to maintain the scooters, to recharge batteries, and coordinate the whole program. They've already leased out warehouse space and purchased devices and begun hiring. And they have had a good rollout in Hartford. This next slide is the stand-up scooter. So this is the one we demoed in the fall with some of the alders, and it is speed limited. So the top speed is 15 miles per hour. It is really well lit, and it will actually give you verbal feedback. And it also has geofencing capabilities, which we can look at on the next slide. So there are ways that you can enforce parking compliance, like I mentioned, where you're only able to begin event trips in pre-approved locations. So that there's some examples of what that looks like here. And Sandeep, if you want to talk about some of the examples here.
Oh. So this is just a design of like how we are going to sign these locations. This is just some Photoshop markup. This is not exactly pictures. So we just took some pictures and overlaid some, using some wizardry or graphics. So the idea is to how do you sign it, with that branding, but also without being too intrusive into the existing right of way, right? So I mean, just ignore the bollards in the back, but the idea is to like use some of the, existing curb to kind of do some painting around to say this is scooter parking. Now, this is just for redundancy here, right? Because the app itself is accurate enough where if you do not park your vehicle in that zone, it will still keep billing you. So it will kind of tell you that you need to like park it so that you can end your ride. So that's one of those things. I mean, extreme right, you can see a little bit of that sidewalk place because we have a lot of, the non-sidewalk, not concrete-related, side parts of the sidewalks. So how do you sign those locations without actually putting big signs and everything? But also, how do you use, like, say, the top, the rightmost picture? Maybe use, draw a little rectangle around it and say this is the space, and so Rio will be spending a lot of their effort and time into actually doing that. So it was again, city staff have no involvement in actually spending any resources into, the pavement and all that stuff. So But again, we're just kind of thinking through how do we design it. But the app itself was pretty accurate enough to like tell you that, okay, you've reached your destination to drop off your vehicle or to pick up your vehicle. So.
And then the last, the last slide here is about the geofencing for no ride zones and slow ride zones. So the GPS can, if you enter a designated slow ride area, so let's say like the New Haven Green was a slow ride area, it will automatically reduce the speed of the scooter. And similarly, if you enter in an area where no riding is allowed, it won't abruptly stop the scooter, but it will gradually slow the scooter down. And you'd have to walk the scooter out of the area in order to engage it again.
I mean, one example is sidewalk, right? For example, we're not going to allow sidewalk riding on these scooters. Again, the maximum speed is 15 miles per hour, so you still have the choice of actually like reducing that a little bit. But if you keep reducing it a lot more, creates this now, it's not attractive enough for people to actually like, use the service. So we have to balance that out. So again, there's a lot of stuff that can be done, and the technology has actually matured enough to actually like detect that you move from the roadway to a sidewalk. And it'll automatically, like Steve mentioned, it's not going to abruptly shut off so you actually fall off with that momentum, but the motor will turn off so it will gradually come to a stop, through that inertia.
Mr. Hoover, is there anything you would like to add?
No, Stephen did a great job, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there's anything sort of more specific or technical, but I think Stephen did an excellent job.
Depositing these scooters.
So that's that map with the dots. I don't have like an example. I can pull it up. Well, Jeff, question for Jeff, but we are drawing it. We're doing the desktop exercise right now where we are using Street View to identify, okay, this is the location. We're doing some measurements of actually Google Maps aerials, but we'll be actually going out there and kind of verifying again. Is it 10-foot wide sidewalk? How much do we need for a scooter? But that map that I showed you with all those dots, those are the early stage locations. And
For the corrals.
yeah,
That's a lot of
that's a lot of, those are not corrals. They could be a mix of corrals, bike share locations, and also, dockless locations where you actually drop off your scooters, like I showed you the example, earlier.
So we haven't identified them yet. You're in the process of doing that.
We have identified them. We haven't fully confirmed, kind of finalized those locations. And that is what we're going through right now, as we speak.
We have you on, Mr. Hoover, if you'd like to add anything.
I don't have a lot to add. I don't want to make this longer. I am, of course, happy to answer any specific questions, but Stephen did a great job. I think maybe the only thing I would add, since there's been kind of a lot of talk of geofencing and parking and kind of the constraints that we offer, one additional kind of feature is that the vehicles themselves actually talk to you when you cross into a geofence, whether it's a no ride zone or slow ride zone or even a sidewalk zone. Um, Rather than just kind of indiscriminately beeping, as an educational tool, the scooter will inform you you've entered a no ride zone as you come to a stop, so you don't just wonder what the heck happened, and then are going to be more likely to leave your vehicle, just kind of laying on the ground because you think it just died on you. And so that's just one kind of additional, I think, relatively neat and very unique tool we bring to the table to help communicate and educate riders in real time as to what's happening with their vehicle, and so they can make they can make the best choices that they're going to make.
So if a rider were to just drop their scooter in the middle of the sidewalk, will that geofencing let them know that they are going to be incurring a charge on their credit card?
The app would, yeah. The vehicle itself won't, but the mobile application would. But what would, so in this hypothetical, the rider crosses into the no ride zone, which is also by default a no park zone. You cannot sort of successfully end your trip in a no ride zone. It's always also a no parking zone. And the vehicle would audibly alert them to that fact that you've entered a no ride zone. If they tried to end their trip um, on their phone, it would not let them. They actually wouldn't even have the sort of trip end button. It's just not available to them. And the application tells you you're in a no park zone, or excuse me, you're in a no ride zone. Please relocate your vehicle. Consult the map, and then say that rider just walks away from their scooter. They will start to get push notifications to their phone telling them that their ride is still active and that their meter is still running.
Okay, so they will be warned that they are
Yes.
in fault.
Yep.
Okay. So it sounds like a warehouse has been purchased or set up. Leased. Hiring has taken place. Scooters have been ordered. I guess my only concern is all this was done before Board of Alder approval.
Well, so I think some of that is helping set up for the Hartford launch.
So this will also be launched in Hartford.
Well, Hartford launched last August.
Okay, so this is a shared warehouse for multiple municipalities.
Well, currently, the only two organizations who are exploring this, Jeff can add a little more here, is New Haven and Hartford. So we are the second people trying to explore this thing. But Hartford sort of beat us to the punch here, and they did it in August. So I think we signed the agreement in, I think, summer. They signed the agreement back in summer, and in August, I think Hartford was able to launch their service. And we've been sort of, again, going through that whole due diligence with our lawyers and, again, through our internal staff about it. We want to put these locations, make sure these are safe, and what are business rules around it. Like, unlike Hartford, right, we are not going to be leaving them anywhere. We're not going to be allowing people to leave them anywhere they want. They have to be dropped off at specific locations that are pre-approved.
Yeah, and that's very important because of ADA. We have a lot of pedestrians that walk, never mind school. We don't want them on the sidewalks, and we don't want them blocking any sidewalks or obstructing any pedestrians or whomever, people in wheelchairs, moms with their baby carriages, et cetera. Okay, now you mentioned it's no cost to the city, but will we be getting a rent for those corrects?
No, we wouldn't be in the way that this was structured with Capital Region Council of Governments. And part of this has to do with the previous experience that Hartford and other cities have had, is that if you don't impose fees or rents on the operators, there's a much higher likelihood that they'll be able to survive financially. So
mine is, will they pay us a rent for dropping off the scooters in those areas, in those designated areas?
Yeah, I think
space rent.
Yes, and what I'm trying to explain is that the answer is no for two reasons. One, we've seen other cities go through these boom and bust cycles with microtransit. So if you're eliminating that fee, you have a higher likelihood that the operator can continue to provide the service. And then two, the thinking with the initial RFP was we want to make sure that we can have an equity program. And so it becomes more difficult financially to support a reduced fare program if you're also charging, a monthly or annual fee or a space rental type.
Yeah, so I did try try my best reading through all these documents. Some came to us today, unfortunately. And you did answer my question regarding, the contract is through 6/30/2029, but both VAO as well as the city of New Haven can terminate the contract without any problems.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
All right, I have a couple more questions, but I'm going to yield to my colleagues because I'm sure they have plenty of questions as well. Alder Marks.
So, let's start with some initial, some initial questions, because I meant actually. The first one, I just wanted to really check, we're certain the technology is clear that you can't ride on a sidewalk. I have used these in DC. I've watched people use them in DC, and everyone is riding on the sidewalk in Washington DC. So we have a lock certain guarantee that it physically won't go on the sidewalk.
We've demoed it, all these new scooters, like I said, not just there, we've done a demo with another company that's now out of business for a number of reasons, but very similar things, like you can program it within, they can program it in such a way that there's no ride zones, no go zones. And sidewalk is one of those things that we are actually trying to, set those up in the system.
Trying or certain?
We are going to.
We are certain that it will not ride on the sidewalk.
Yeah, so there's no sidewalk rides. The reason that is, again, comes back to safety, right? Not just for the rider, but also for pedestrians out there. It's a challenging atmosphere, honestly. Like if you are, if you can't expect any scooter rider to be riding on that Elm Street, on very high speed, wide lanes, obviously. But again, we have to balance out because according to, again, national, motor vehicle code, e-scooters are in that gray area of exactly they don't fall under scooters, they don't fall under e-bikes. So today, currently, like if you rent an e-bike share, you can actually ride on the sidewalk, right? But we are not. E-scooters are a little bit more trickier to navigate because for new users, especially, right, there's a learning curve. So we don't want to create that risk where they feel comfortable riding on the sidewalk, and that's something that we are going to program in the system. So I can do that.
Other just very brief questions. Is there any kind of age limit? We didn't talk about who gets to use these or requirements for licenses. I have a nightmare scenario in my head. I'm going to share. You have basically put all of the high schools and Yale University here, and I have a nightmare scenario of 250 young folk creating a very difficult and dangerous situation in our city.
Jeff, can you add something about like how that works? Again, I think you know a little bit more of the technology.
Yeah, so our user agreement is a bindable contract with the user, and it is very clear you may not ride a VO if you are younger than 18.
Continuing with my nightmare scenario of high school students and all of the university running 250 scooters. I might save some of this for discussion, but it does lead to the question. The preamble to the question is I find all of this very exciting. I find all of it very terrifying. Terrifying for the fact that we have essentially, I think, a traffic safety crisis in the city to begin with people in cars, not following stop signs, running red lights, using their phones, magnify all those things with scooter drivers doing all those things, and the cars impacting the scooters who are doing all those things. I'd like to see data, really like to see before I say a discussion, but vote on this. I'd like to see data from Hartford. I'd like to see some more data from some other places, like where are they being used, who's using them, accident data, traffic enforcement, who's going to be doing the traffic enforcement.
So these requests.
I'm sorry, yes, so I don't know if you have it now, but not to share now through the chair. I could be quite specific or you can articulate it, but I'd like to see data from other places, including explanations of how there is traffic enforcement regarding the use of these.
Is there data available? Because there was nothing in our packets to indicate
What,
impact.
if I may, what I can tell you is we did just shy of 10 million trips last year across the country. 9.85 million, give or take. And quite literally, this is not an embellishment, 99.99% of our trips ended without any reported safety incident to us. So, I will be the first to say it's possible, that someone somewhere had some sort of issue, and did not report it. And so I don't want to represent that that is truly 100% exhaustive. However, including, police reports after the fact and things like that, 99.99% of our trips ended without any type of safety incident. And that includes things all the way down to just, I glided to a stop, wasn't really paying attention, and the scooter tipped over and scratched my ankle. Like, we also get those types of reports. And so those are the type, like, those are factored in. And so we're, very thankful, but extremely proud of the fact that scooting is a very safe way to travel, not only for the rider, but it is, frankly, it's much safer for the people around the scooter than being around a car. And so, that's kind of the primary data point. I would say the other, the other data point that we can share, and this requires state intervention to bring our seated scooter to New Haven. We do offer another vehicle type, which is the seated scooter, and they're 62% sort of on a per capita ride basis, 62% lower incidence rate of any type of reported safety incident on seated scooters compared to standing scooters. And so we're very pleased to, when the state, hopefully, I should say if, but hopefully if the state changes a vehicle definition that allows our seated scooter to operate in Connecticut cities, we have every intention of bringing it to New Haven, and will, I think, further safety results as well.
If I can just clarify through the chair, I just want to make sure that the data that I'm requesting to the chair includes sort of ride usage, amount of time of the program, and where specifically it was. I'm looking at your chart of the university markets. None of them seem comparable to what we're doing here, which seems like a downtown urban area. And I really want to make sure through the chair that we get data on urban usage. If that's what Hartford's doing, that would be great. Don't know where in Hartford it's being done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And Max, to your point about, sort of how do you distinguish? We are trying to create a system where we're creating transportation choices here. We do not want to create the system where you allow someone who's 18 years old to actually ride an e-bike, right? But also at the same time, because they face the same level of risk riding on the roadway as an e-scooter rider. Because if you're an e-scooter rider and e-bike rider, I mean, we do allow cyclists right now. We do not have policing around. If someone rides their cycle on the sidewalk, police are not going to pull them over, right? So I think understanding that, yes, this is a new type of technology and system. I understand the complete nervousness around it. We've ridden it, a few times. There's a bit of learning curve even for me, because I'm so used to riding a cycle that it's kind of different, riding a different mode of transportation. That takes a little bit of obviously muscle memory and, trying to kind of get used to it, getting used to the new system. But I do not see, again, any greater risk than actually riding an e-bike or bicycle on the roadway or sidewalk. And it's probably not going to be allowed on the sidewalk, obviously. So, yeah. But yes, the exposure for these type of users, who are outside of a car is equal, right? If you're riding an e-scooter or a bike next to a car, they're both exposed. They have the same level of exposure and same level of risk that they face.
May I ask one more question, Madam Chair? Because we'll ask it, maybe it's a rhetorical question. Do you have an 18-year-old son who has access to a scooter and access to a bike? And would you expect their behavior to be different? I sort of say that sarcastically. I see the chair smiling along. I might ask this of our online presenter, sort of, what do you know about sort of demographics of users? Because I think the possibility of a ride for a high school kid is really different than the option of a bike. Can we sort of speak to sort of the demographic and sort of behavior?
Yeah,
Mature
I
rider.
mean, I certainly can say that, you know, it's challenging. I guess I would say that our demographics do actually very typically, you know, represent the population of the place where we are. And so there will be a pretty good contingent of riders who are university students, but there will be a pretty, better than half contingent if, examples like Syracuse, which obviously is Syracuse University, sort of right in the core of downtown, are an example of, 60% of our riders in Syracuse are not university students, for example. So we're not going to just be kind of an amenity, a joyriding amenity for Yale students. More than half of our riders in your average market don't have driver's licenses, and a higher percentage still don't, live in a household that don't even have access to a car, let alone own their own. And so we, market after market, our riders live in a household, not even individually, but live in a household that have lower than $50,000 household income. And so those are the typical demographics. On the school piece, what I can tell you and what I can commit, we've done this most recently in Washington, D.C. and in Newark, New Jersey, that we can and or we've sort of developed a bit of a practice where we set up kind of a no deployment, no ride zone exclusion area, certainly around schools. And so we're kind of create like just truly a physical buffer around, high school certainly first, and then we work our way down to the intermediate schools and younger schools as well. Not that we expect elementary school kids to sort of be a risk to ride scooters, but we just want to keep the riders away from young kids. You asked the question, do you have an 18-year-old? No, but I have a 3.5-year-old who, I'd much rather, have her encounter a scooter rider than a car, to be crystal clear. But I don't want someone zipping by her on a scooter either. And so we're very happy to kind of set up exclusion zones around schools, which means obviously you can't ride, right up to the school. And we can't deploy scooters right at the school. And which means that your average school kid is not going to find like a bank of neatly parked scooters ready to ride away. We engage with PTAs, we engage with school administrators, with school resource officers if the district has them, and really try to educate around the age requirements, educate around, best practices, best safety practices. Because if there are 18-year-olds, it can be a real burden off of a household to have a kid who is 18 be able to get to school safely, but we want to make sure that they know how to do it, know what to do, what not to do, and if eligible, are aware of the low income programs and other similar advantageous things that they may be able to take advantage of.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Marks. Before I call on you, Alder Smith, I just want to, we talked about no riding on the sidewalk, and before this thought leaves my mind, who will enforce? Is it TTMP that will enforce? If we do see riders on the sidewalk and there's, one of a TTP agent out there, will they be able to enforce this?
You cannot ride on the sidewalk because the program, the system will automatically shut off. So that's
so it knows if you're riding on the sidewalk?
Yeah, so I think there's a slide out there where we have it's pretty accurate. I think Jeff can attest to it. I think it's very accurate to like 1 feet, the GPS accuracy. So, and also they've had this system where it can differentiate where the curb ends and where the curb is, so that you can tell where the no ride zone is and where the actual street is. So, and we've tested it. Basically, the moment you try to get on the sidewalk in that no-go zone, the motor shuts off. So the system shuts off. It'll still probably be billing if I'm correct, but it'll shut off. So you cannot ride anymore. For example, we are trying to coordinate with Yale University. They don't want any scooters on the campus for a number of risk-related reasons. So our idea is to create this buffer zone where you cannot get onto your campus. You can you have to walk your scooter, and the scooter is not light, you can't just carry it, it's pretty heavy. So you have to like slow walk it, and then probably have to get back on the road to actually restart the scooter. So it'll automatically shut off.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
And I can, if I may add to that for a second, if that's all right. So yeah, as Sandeep is generally right. We do have the capability to geofence in the same way we create, as he used Yale as an example. Yale's going to be a no ride zone. The same, we can make sidewalks, in large part, make them no ride zones or slow ride zones, whatever you all tell us is appropriate. We have the capability to kind of manage that with the same kind of technological application. Moreover, I'm not, there may be a glitch in the matrix one day, just indulge the hypothetical. Say an officer does see a sidewalk rider. Every scooter has on like the very front stem, kind of big white block lettering. It's just a 4-digit alphanumeric code. And so they would be able to get in touch with us or via Sandeep and his team and say, it was 12 p.m. on Tuesday, and I saw a scooter ABCD at this approximate location. We'll be able to understand who was the rider at that time and issue a violation to that rider.
Okay, thank you for that. Alder Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for the presentation. A question for Mr. Hoover, just about the economics of VO.
Yeah.
Is your ability to be in a city and maintain profitability based on number of rides, and if so, how many rides would need to be implemented here in New Haven in order for this to continue to make sense for you after a year?
Great question, and appreciate the question. So it's really about rides per device, rides per vehicle that are in a market. And so kind of the bit of a magic number, and this is imperfect, but it is broadly true and broadly applicable, is 1 ride per vehicle per day is healthy and sustainable. It's not blowing the doors off, but it's good.
Great, thank you, Mr. Hoover. And relevant to that, curious, one of the stated goals is around reduction in car dependency. I'd be curious if you have any data that speaks to that. Some part of me wonders, is a scooter really effectively a substitute for a bike, or can it be really a substitute for a car ride? And curious if you could speak to any data on that.
Yeah, absolutely. This is something because you're absolutely right. I mean, that's kind of the whole reason we're here and doing what we do, is that we want people to replace not just personal car trips, but Uber and Lyft trips as well. The latter actually probably is our biggest competitor in a lot of cases. And so, we do collect data around this. Every time we survey our riders, we ask them, in effect, if VO had not been available, how would you have taken this trip? And so we will be collecting data. Obviously, New Haven is going to be specific to New Haven. But I can tell you, I was speaking with Rochester, New York, and about their 2024 results, and upwards of just about 35% of all of the trips, all of the VO trips, or excuse me, 35% of our riders, I should say, reported that had VO not been available, they would have driven, taken Uber or Lyft, or not made their trip at all. And so that represents tens of thousands based on the total ridership of Rochester. That's tens of thousands of rides that would have been car trips had the service not been available to them.
That's really helpful, Mr. Hoover. Thank you for that data. 2 very tiny questions. One is just about theft. So some part of me wonders, could a car just come up and sweep them all into the trunk and drive away? Just how do you think about kind of mitigating the possibility of that?
Yeah, it happens, absolutely. We bear the cost of that. The city does not bear the cost of that. And we try to make them as both, what's the right way to put, I guess, as useless to a would-be thief as possible. And all the way from being able to kind of remotely deactivate certain parts, kind of like turn the brain off, things like that. So like, and that is after we're sort of, believe the utility of tracking it. We do make it known that they are tracked and they are trackable, and right down to hanging door hangers on people's houses that say, there's a GPS ping of one of our scooters at this address. Please leave it outside, or we'll involve the police. We certainly coach our teams about de-escalation first and foremost. A scooter is absolutely not worth getting hurt over. So we go well out of our way to coach our actual on the ground teams to de-escalate and to sort of disengage. But we do have some technological interventions, and but unfortunately, it is somewhat the cost of doing business.
Really helpful. And one other question was about the parking stations.
Yep.
I can imagine, someone bringing up the concern of them being parked there, but just sort of laying flat, or somehow the aesthetic feel of the sidewalk being eroded, or it just looking a little abandoned, even though it's not.
Yeah.
Could you speak to how the parking area will be structured such to hopefully avoid that?
Sure. I guess I would say it's probably not so much the parking area itself, with the exception of the areas where we may, well, actually, let me just rephrase. I don't actually think it'll be the parking area itself that really drives this. I think it's going to be, the utilization. Like your average scooter really just won't sit idle for particularly long. But when it does, there are every one of our scooters, within the handlebar. I've referred to the brain a couple of times. We also call it the IoT. It's like the Internet of Things device. It's sort of the connected element of the scooter. And within one of the sensors that includes is a gyroscope. And so the scooter actually knows if it's upright or tipped over. And so our team has that status on every vehicle in the fleet. And so one of the tasks that our local team does is to sort of sweep for tipped over vehicles, because we actually see that, of course, kind of a state of good repair. It is an aesthetic issue, absolutely. We also see it just to be totally self-serving for a moment. It's a ridership issue. Your average person is going to be less interested in riding a tipped over scooter than an upright scooter. We know that from focus groups and surveys and things like that. So we really see it as key to make the system work well, to keep our scooters upright, and to keep them, to kind of keep the staging areas, the corrals in good working order. If there's the odd occasion where something really gets kind of clogged up before one of our people has a chance to get there, that's exactly within the agreement. We have kind of a table of obligations where we have to respond to certain circumstances in specific amounts of time. And, that's exactly what that type of enforcement of us is for, is to make sure that we're being responsive to requests from Sandeep and his team.
Right. Thank you. If I could ask one final question. Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Hoover, you speak to just perhaps maybe one of your biggest success stories, especially, to Alder Martin's point, maybe an analog to New Haven, a city that's, most comparable to us. And then perhaps an engagement with a city or a university where it failed, where it didn't work out, and kind of what lessons you learned from that.
Yeah, really, another really thoughtful question. Thank you. I think, I've mentioned Syracuse, New York, probably a couple times now, and I think that's a very good corollary, not a totally probably a worse climate, which matters a great deal for scooter riding. But like a mid-sized private university, kind of right in the middle of the area that we can't ride on. And so we're going to have that same kind of no ride donut hole, here as well. And Syracuse has been a fantastic market. It's one of our both highest revenue and most profitable markets. And it gets busier and busier. I'm sure, every city, Los Angeles, New York, they have an upper limit on rides too. Syracuse, we're going to hit that one of these days, but it keeps getting busier and busier. And I think from a a challenge perspective, that's an interesting one. I would say Bloomington, Indiana probably comes to mind again, in a kind of a from a size perspective, if not regional. Um, and I think those challenges were driven by a couple of things. And Bloomington, I think, was in a relatively small city. They sort of split the pie three ways. The city insisted on having multiple operators, and the economics just simply didn't pencil. The university also imposed, the university did allow riding, but imposed curfews, and that kind of spread to the city. And so, you know, once you kind of cut the business off at the knees at 10 o'clock or something like that, it really becomes, you know, not instantly or uniformly non-viable, but it makes it incredibly challenging. And the combination of those two things did make it not viable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hoover. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Smith. While we're actually on that topic, because you will be competing in New Haven as well with the e-bike, how will that affect your return on investment?
We've shown, and scooters have shown to, do pretty well competing against e-bikes and can kind of hold serve. I think that I think scooters offer kind of a degree of flexibility, and especially once we have our seated scooters, a degree of sort of accessibility that are simply just not an option on e-bikes. The fact that you'll be able to sit and you will not be required to pedal is a really, kind of a revolutionary kind of step forward for the industry in terms of who we can ride. You asked about demographics, and to go back to, I'm spending a lot of time on upstate New York today. To go back to Rochester, I was looking through our demographics, and 25% of our riders in Rochester self-identify as having a physical disability. And it simply, will not be possible. It wouldn't be possible, I don't think, to achieve that when you require people to pedal. And so lots of folks, and my dad, spends his summers down, or excuse me, spends his winters down in Florida. There's not a circumstance on earth where he would get on a standing scooter. But he rides our seated scooters all winter long in Sarasota. And so, you're not just in, um, there's the question about like what makes a good business. One of the keys is finding new riders, is finding riders who are not the 18, 19, 20-year-old college kid, is finding the riders who never thought they'd get on a scooter before. And so our fleet lets us do that.
Just to add on to it, I think we've debated this thing, like, are we going to cannibalize anything from the e-bike system that's out there? These are two different types of systems, right? So there is a sizable demographic. I've seen e-scooter riders in front of my house actually, right? So there is a small, at least currently, some small subset of riders who actually are used to riding e-scooters, but they also know how to ride an e-bike, right? And then to Jeff's point, it's about, people with some level of disability. So they may not be able to ride the current e-scooter, but potentially the sit-down e-scooter. But they may not be able to ride e-bike for whatever reason. Again, there's different nuances there. Some people with, some people who are much older may be able to ride the e-scooter, but as if there's some level of challenges that they have, physical challenges, they may not be able to ride either the e-scooter or the e-bike. But the types of people who use it all depends on what they're comfortable with. If I feel comfortable riding an e-scooter, early days I may not, but as I feel more comfortable riding an e-scooter, both the service, the pricing, and also the level of freedom it sort of provides me to get from point A to point B, then yes, you'll see some people using the e-scooter for a specific purpose. The other thing, which there's some data out there, that the types of people who use the e-scooters or the e-bikes depends on the trip length. People may try to use an e-bike for a different type of purpose, to go from a larger distance, versus the e-scooter may provide a smaller sort of trip distance, right? It's a shorter trip distance for a quick type of service or, reason. I think there's like different ways to sort of like answer that question. The point is that we are trying not to like take away people from the e-bike, but we're trying to give them choices, right? Where you create this choice that, yes, they may not be an e-bike available at that crowd. Maybe you have the e-scooter app, on your thing, you'll be able to use that, right? And I think that's the type of choices really we're talking about the transportation demand, strategy. You want to create different choices for people so that they'll be able to, again, the market will sort of dictate some of that, the pricing and, the branding, much of that, all the behavioral stuff. But really, I think if you provide those choices, the alignment, the balancing happens organically, right? Again, depending on other variables here. I think that is what we are trying to do, like microtransit, e-scooters.
Right, just
e-bikes.
another option for people to,
Yeah. So that they can pick what they want to do, and we want to give them enough, again, like provide enough physical infrastructure so they can use it too at the same time. So that's another sort of strategic goal. We have to like make sure that these people have a place to actually ride these e-scooters or e-bikes. I think we are kind of going through that in different, kind of addressing this problem on climate change, safety, accessibility with like different tools available. And some places, it's like a lever. Depending on how you kind of build these systems and how people behave, you'll probably see like more e-scooter riders and less e-bike riders. But in the end, our goal, right, our greater goal from our perspective is to get people away from cars. Like the more people ride, the less they ride their cars for like shorter trips, the better for everyone.
topic of the evening, isn't it?
And just two quick things to add. So I think Rochester and Syracuse have come up a lot, but to your question about other similar municipalities, Hartford has had a very good experience with this. There's New Rochelle, Newark, New York City. So all areas that are, northeastern dense urban areas where these scooters are deployed. And to the seated scooter issue, there is a bill before the legislature that's made it out of the transportation committee that addresses some issues around electric bicycles and electric scooters. The seated scooter is like a few pounds over the weight limit that the state of Connecticut has for electric scooters, because we have that. So this would increase that to allow for that, in part because if we want to expand, again, to going back to mode shift, expand the options that are available for people. Some people might never want to get on a scooter, but some people might get on a scooter if they're seated, and the seated scooter has these big handlebars. It feels much more maneuverable. So that could be an option for some folks.
I laugh because no, you will not find me on a scooter, but maybe the seated one. Alder Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we've spent a lot of time this evening on climate resolution, and thank you, Madam Chair. I know we spent a lot of time this evening in climate resolution, and I encourage the mood of transportation. But my concern here is the congestion on the road, safety and the congestion. We're adding more vehicles to the road, and the safety factor that involved, who police this? Like the gentleman said, TTMP would go over and monitor stuff without any conversation.
I think just to kind of go back to the point, Jeff will answer this thing too, but one e-scooter is one less person riding, your potentially riding car, right? I mean, that is how we are trying to look at it. It's not one-to-one, but again, we are trying to find a system where, yes, the number of people living in the city is, still constant. We don't want them to be, again, driving their car, one person sitting in their car, driving the car, trying to find parking, circling around the block and, trying to go from here to, let's say Yale store, just using all our one-way streets to get to, I mean, that is what we are trying to avoid. Again, There's that, it's not one-to-one, that relationship, but that is how we look at it, and, at least when you're trying to make these decisions about what are we going to replace, because if you're riding e-scooter, you're probably, you may be walking, and now you may be doing e-scooter, that's why it's not one-to-one, but can we now, like, say, motivate someone who's actually going to be driving for 5 blocks to use an e-scooter? And that is a challenge, obviously, but also that is something we're interested in, like how do we track this and kind of market it better, because the marketing is a big piece of this thing.
Okay. Secondly, would there be a collection of data if any of these scooters get involved in an automobile accident or anything like that, so we could have
I'll let Jeff answer that. I think he did, but go ahead.
no, and while it's launched in our city here,
Yeah.
if we collect data on that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, short answer, yes, absolutely. I wouldn't be able to speak to the sort of evidence collection that would stem from any actual crash. Typically, what happens in most other cities, New York, for example, there have been 1 or 2 crashes over the several years we've operated in New York, and in that case, NYPD takes the scooter. And so I don't want to sound like I'm volunteering the service, city services here, but that's what they do. NYPD takes the scooter. I assume New Haven PD would follow its own procedures, and we certainly comply to any reasonable degree possible, up to and including giving data about the trip. The sort of the GPS data that the trip generated up to the moment of the crash. Absolutely. There are circumstances where we are required by law to only turn over data under subpoena, but we eagerly cooperate in those situations, up to even providing a template to just send right back to us with the subpoena. We're just following the law in those cases, but absolutely, we generate a ton of data, we collect a ton of data. The city will have a dashboard, kind of showing the, various data about utilization and trip paths and parking and trip start locations, all these things, and certainly cooperate under any circumstances involving a crash or other safety incident. Yes.
Madam Chair, one more question.
Oh, go ahead, Alderson.
Through you, Madam Chair, my thoughts here is like 1 year, within 1 year point of launching to the end, if you could have a report on what goes on, accident, et cetera, et cetera.
I think that's like
Noted.
well within the vision here, is that we have this first year of this limited service area where it's a learning experience for TT&P in working with BoA, identifying issues, dialing in where the parking locations are, sure that we have data on how the system is being used, what the safety characteristics are, and then that would inform, do we continue with this service area? Do we have a larger service area? What does the demand for vehicles look like in parking locations?
And there's a strategic sort of goal here too. I mean, we do not know what the patterns are for people who ride our bikes from point A to point B. So when we do our project planning, right, this kind of information will give us a sense of, hey, where's someone coming from? Where's the most common trips, for example? Are they going through Elm Street to go to Fairhaven? Can we build some better infrastructure because that's the most commonly preferred sort of route? So there is that is our, again, from my side, that's sort of like where I would also use that additional data to, from project development and project plan. Like, let's say, you want to go to, right along Kimberly Avenue, where are people on Kimberly Avenue actually going to, right? And what's the most popular route? Can we figure out a way to like create this network that's useful for these type of riders, but also that benefits not just e-scooter riders, right? Because also e-bike riders, regular bike riders, people with, other modal challenges, right? How do we create that system using all these types of data that's out there today, which is quite advanced.
Final question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Alderson.
Is there any planning in where a rider take a scooter, like we have the bike racks where we could park the bike, how can I say, park it properly? Would the scooter allowed to park where the bike rack is?
So
There would be education towards that.
Yes, so that is part of that early marketing effort. So right now, the locations of those dots that show have a lot of the the existing ride share bike racks. Those are locations out there. We're also trying to explore TTPs, install some bike racks across the city. So we'll be using those existing bike racks to kind of leveraging that opportunity to kind of have existing infrastructure. And also, again, project planning, right? If we see some locations that are super popular, super high demand, that may be a great location to actually invest in some bike corrals, right? Temporary bike, because that just not just benefits these scooter riders, but also e-bikes for other bike riders.
And any plan engaging, businesses that they could cooperate with TTP, like, for instance, supermarkets where we go shopping, to have one of these bike racks so they could be able to park their scooter.
I mean, that conversation we haven't started yet, but again, that's about building those partnerships we talked about earlier, like building relationships, partnerships, working with Yale to identify what their needs are, working with businesses to identify what their needs are, nonprofits, and and also try to also understand what they do not want, right? Maybe they don't, there are certain locations are sort of no-go zones. We do not want to create like around a high school, right? We don't want to create this system where it sort of encourages them to like, hey, but again, yeah, yeah, we definitely agree with your assertion there.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Singh. Questions? Alder Marks.
Please, I see that the contract you're asking us to approve, you're being able to enter into is for 1 year. My initial thought is that does feel like a very long time for a project that may not go well. So if I see it's 1 year and I see that it's only able to be terminated for VO's breach, can we talk about, are there possibilities to have it be shorter or to be able to be terminated by the city if it's not going well from an accident?
Are you referring to a bullet?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was just looking at on page 27, period of performance 1 year. I was looking at termination, paragraph 22. The city reserves right to terminate if VO breaches the terms, but from VO's business perspective, I know you have a business to manage, are there possibilities this could be shorter than a year and the possibility that the city could cut it off if, say, after a certain number of weeks or months, we decide this is not working for us?
So apologies, this is on us, but we submitted an updated version earlier today with the city's template contract, in part to address the indemnification concerns that had come up from Corporation Council. So that would actually give us a longer period, which would terminate at the same time that the Capital Region Council of Government Agreement terminates, which would be the middle of 2029. But it also has flexibility for either party to leave for any reason at any point, given 45 days notice.
So there is terminating for any reason with 45 days notice? So can I see that?
I'm sorry.
So the version that you have was like the version that we upload, we provided when we were working with our lawyers, our core counsel. So we are going to be using our standard form contract, our city standard form contract that follows the same level of, same types of termination clauses that we have with any vendor.
Yeah, so it's section 404 is the parties may terminate this agreement for any reason up to 45 days with written notice to contractor to bail. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was one of those asks. Again, our legal team said, we want to create an agreement that creates no liability for the city in terms of both indemnification and any contract termination around,
I think the goal here would be to do something that's long-lasting and durable. We've seen, like I said, cycles of providers going through cities like Hartford, but our goal is also to really have a year where we are testing this out in that downtown and around downtown area, and to have the flexibility to say, look, if it's really not working, to have the flexibility for either party to walk away from it.
I think my concern, Madam Chair, if I can, is just to state that, God forbid there were accidents or an accident, I think it would be critical to be able to put the program on hold.
Alder Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kind of to Director Winter's point about cycles or boom and bust, Mr. Hoover, if you could speak to my understanding of the kind of urban micromobility industry is that it's rapidly evolving and that firms have struggled with profitability because of tight margins. Bird being sort of the paragon example. How has
Yep.
VO solved for that?
How has VO, I'm sorry?
Like solved for that that tight margin so that
Yeah.
you all are.
Absolutely. I mean, there's really kind of two primary ways. First is that we actually build all of our own vehicles, which is obviously more capital intensive upfront, but yields a much better vehicle, but a much safer vehicle for what it's worth, but a vehicle that lasts much, much longer. The vehicles themselves are also kind of highly modular, meaning, something breaks, you can take a replacement part very easily and fix it rather than having to junk the vehicle. And so we've really kind of improved the sheer unit economics considerably. The different vehicle types, which I've already spoken to, we can attract a rider that a lot of our competitors simply can't. And so we do typically better among a much more diverse set of people. And lastly, and look, I want to be I want to be respectful to our competitors, but we've just made a series of much better choices than they have. From which markets do we enter to how do we spend our money on salaries and staff levels, like in people in my position that aren't out there tending to scooters and kind of directly driving revenues. So that's a kind of a loaded statement. I'll be the first to say, so I'll leave that there. But those are really kind of the three main reasons.
I know, I appreciate that, Mr. Hoover, because one of my questions was going to build off that to Director Hazel and Director Winter, which is, with all due respect, why VO? I mean, it is a highly competitive industry. There's Lime, there's a lot of different vendors we could choose. Why VO?
So when we went through the procurement process, we had three, right? Three applicants actually. So I think it was based on price. Was it based on price? I think there's a bunch of. So we went through. We went to Hartford, and then there were three companies. I think Vail, Spin, and Drop Mobility.
Yeah.
Drop Mobility. So those three companies. Drop Mobility. Their system is quite different. They are the ones who are running the New York 2030's e-bike system right now. But that's a slightly different way they do. They're using those old bike share systems, and now it's from an analog system. Now it's a lot more digital system, and it's electric too. So there's an electric motor actually installed. So we did the demo for all three rides. We did the interviews. We went through that process, and so it was not just actually obviously making the decision. There were a group of people, including staff from Hartford, Capital Region, and was there anyone else? No, just us, right? So there were like 6 or 7 people. We went through the process, did the qualification based. So it was both price and qualification based sort of selection.
And I would add, the pricing models were all very similar in terms of the rates that were being provided. They all have equity or access programs. The devices, Vao's devices, were just much better experience. Like Jeff had mentioned, if you go into a no ride or slow ride zone, having an audible alert, the device actually speak to you, the lighting on the undercarriage, there are things, just the physical interaction with the device, much better device. And because Hartford had an experience of having a scooter operator go belly up, and because the city had experience of a bike share operator go belly up, there was also a confidential part of the selection process where we got to look at the financials of companies to see, are they set up to last? So I can't really elaborate on what we saw, but we were able to see, is this company healthy? Is it going to be a going concern? And to that point, like Sandeep said, the bike share world is much different financially. Like the parking authority actually subsidizes the bike share. There's only a couple bike shares in the whole world that are profitable. But scooters, if done correctly, can sustain themselves.
Very, very helpful. And my last question is just about workforce, Mr. Hoover. If I can imagine one of your operational challenges, you have these 250 scooters out, and there's customer service issues or maintenance issues, or going from them being tipped over to being tipped back up. Could you just speak to how many people you hope to hire, how you've thought about what do 250 scooters need to really be successful in a city?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've actually already hired a local operations manager, and that person, is a full-time, employee. We really do not rely on contractors or gig labor or the like. They're excuse me, apologies. Um, and we really that is kind of an ethos that we adopt sort of up and down our company, is we really want to have employees rather than just an individual who has some spare time. The latter, like, look, I want to be very respectful of the hustle, but cities simply just don't get what they need from companies like ours with that type of model, because we legally can't tell them that they have to go get a specific scooter that is causing a specific challenge. We can't go tell them that there are four tipped over scooters in a corral and to go clean them up. And so you really need that employer-employee relationship. And of course, then there's the sort of the most important point for last, which is it's also just the right thing to do. Provide people options for advancement, provide people avenues for healthcare, for paid time off, for worker protections. And so we really rely on that employee model rather than gig. Some of our competitors make other choices, and look, it gives considerably more flexibility, and that's just kind of the direction they chose. We really look to, so the way we schedule labor is really dependent on kind of the number of rides more than the number of vehicles that a market does. Rides beget charging needs, rebalancing needs. It's sort of a ratio, and so we try to we have a set number of hours that we will schedule based on an expected number of rides, and that's really how we schedule, and that also gives us kind of some our own version of flexibility sort of throughout the warmer and colder and albeit like busier or less busy months.
Thank you so much. And so right now there's expected one FTE for now.
No, sorry, no, pardon me. That was a poor explanation. No, I would expect we will have we'll have three or four FTEs and some part-timers probably as well.
And thank you for, or it was nice to see your colleague pop up on the screen.
She's the meeting crasher, yeah. But she's always very helpful, has a lot of helpful hints for me.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Smith. Questions from colleagues? We mentioned the cost, margin, e-bike versus scooters. Scooters are not as expensive as an e-bike, so the margins are, a little better. But with that in mind, I mean, I see a lot of scooters around New Haven now, whether it's the kickstand type or the e-scooters, because the cost has dropped also with these. Do you find that might affect your goals, or again, is it just another demographic?
Personally, on scooters are they're a real competition for us, absolutely. And they're a challenge I'll be perfectly blunt, they're a challenge because they are uncontrolled in the way that in sort of diametrically opposed to the way that we are controlled. There are no geofences, there are no speed caps. You can ride straight through Yale on the sidewalk at 30 miles an hour on something you get from Amazon for $100. And that is a real challenge for us, like A, from a competitive standpoint, but B, a an alder who sees that may confuse that scooter for a Via. And then, we get a challenging conversation. And so personally owned scooters are a real challenge. And I would say that like we're kind of the antidote for the challenge that they present, to be maybe a little bit bold in that, we just offer so many different levers of control that are just unavailable to private scooters.
Understood. Will your scooters be identified with
Yeah,
VAOs?
they're all branded. They're all branded the same. They're pretty unique in that they're jet black with like some shocks of teal. As I mentioned, I think earlier, they all block lettering up and down the front stem as like an alphanumeric kind of indicator. And at night, it's all the time, but it's particularly noticeable at night. They create this sort of blue teal halo underneath the floorboard, to help increase the rider's visibility, both on behalf of the rider, for the rider, but also to pedestrians and to cars critically.
Okay, so residents or non-scooter riders will be able to identify who is a private scooter owner versus a VAO.
If they take the time to look, absolutely. And more, I was also remiss to not say that every one of our scooters has the company contact information on it, has our email, has their phone number. And so if anyone wants to, request service, they'll be able to do that right from the sort of finding that information right on the scooter itself. I will tell you in my experience, especially if the rider is traveling, your average resident may not take the time to look and may just assume it's one of ours. That wouldn't be surprising.
Okay. Charging, how do they get charged? What is the battery life, summer versus winter?
Yeah, we do all of the charging in our warehouse, which is built out and electrical installed by appropriate bonded licensed electrical workers and electrical engineers. We're fully compliant with required fire codes, fire inspections, and the like. And so critically, we take the charging out of people's homes, which is where you see battery fires. And this is another downside to personally owned scooters. You don't know what kind of battery you're getting. If it's some sort of Frankenstein piece of junk that was using damaged cells or something. All of our batteries are UL certified, and all of our charging takes place in our warehouse outside of people's homes. The battery life itself, if assuming you're on more or less flat ground, takes you about 45 miles. It does degrade a little bit in winter, but by 10%, maybe not a significant amount. And then actually, when the battery gets used and drops below 30%, it automatically creates a sort of an internal support ticket for our team to come swap that battery. And if it ever is still in the field when it gets below 15%, it actually becomes unrentable for an average customer. So they don't start a trip and then just automatically, or very quickly like drop, have the ride drop out from under them because of a dead battery.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for that explanation. Okay. Yes, Alder Marks.
Thank you. I'm engaged with this topic, as you can see. Two questions. Where is the warehouse, please? What level of staffing do you need to fully run the program? And could there be any commitment for local hiring for that staff?
I will have to follow up with the warehouse address. I'll send that on to Director Winter, and if he'd be so kind to share it with the alders, I'm happy to do that. I don't have it off the top of my head. And I think on the local hiring piece, I'm sorry. On the local hiring piece, we'll do the best we can. We'll do the best we can on the local hiring piece, but we also don't want to leave the program sort of lacking in needed hands. But I will tell you that, especially among the technicians and the mechanics who do the day-to-day, it's really, really rare we bring in sort of outside folks for that. And then I'm sorry, this is a little.
Has some information to share with us. Your colleague has
Yeah,
information to share.
do you want to talk about local hiring practices, Ritzy? Um, and then yeah, I would say that the sort of how much labor is needed, it's really, like I said, it's we really kind of respond with a number of hours, and those hours can be done sort of depending on even just the actual availability of the people, let alone our own preference, can be done sort of by more hours with fewer people, or more distributed hours among more people. And I think with the composition of the team not 100% set yet, there's not actually a firm answer to that question yet. But I'm happy to come back to you all with that as the team sort of gets settled.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Mars. Thanks for your questions. Are there any further questions? Alder Smith.
One last very small question, just going back to this, it's my smallest one about the tipped over scooters, only because so maybe I'm being too grand, but my concern about the tipped scooter is just the erosion of trust, like an erosion of trust in the belief of scooters and the belief that they work. And it makes me wonder if, in addition to staff members who help to sweep or note, when they're tipped over, if VO has noticed any kind of like user experience tips, things like even within the parking zone, painting a strip that just signals to the user you park here and it's supposed to be upright. Or even obviously putting, this would be more cost intensive, but putting small little strips where you slip them in. It comes to mind, and again, maybe it's too grand to say there's erosion of trust, but I'm just trying to circumvent that possibility that people just like the program less because things are just tipped over. And maybe that's staffing costs, but maybe there's some user experience tips that you might have for us.
Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate sort of the thought and the question, and sort of the kind of obvious concern for the well-being of the program and the modality even. Um, yeah, I would say on the sort of the hardening, if you will, of infrastructure becomes, I think, a lot more viable maybe over time, because, and I think Sandeep spoke to this early on in the discussion, is we want to be able to maintain a degree of flexibility, especially early, because we think we have a pretty good bead on which locations for parking and distribution are going to work well, but some won't, and some just won't be busy. Some folks in the community are going to have concerns about, and we want to be able to be really highly responsive to those. And any type of physical infrastructure makes that more challenging. But over time, as we kind of pair high utilization with kind of low concern, that then becomes much more viable. And so that's where, and it's absolutely, anti-tipping is a really kind of innovative thought with respect to parking infrastructure, but even also just general kind of wayfinding, paint, things like that, also very much on the table. And so I would say that, in the early days, it's probably, introduces a bit of a challenge to just kind of get the underpinnings of it right. But um, the I think the thought over the sort of longitudinal is absolutely there. The last piece I'll say is, we're also really eager to be working on, and this isn't going to be a 2025 thing. I want to be very clear about expectations here. But we're working on developing a new piece of technology where uh, the you can turn your phone into sort of an AI photo analysis tool that will know if the scooter is tipped over by using your phone's camera rather than the internal gyroscope. And so it will actually, in that case, prevent you from ending your trip if the scooter's tipped over, for example. And so that type of innovation is coming, and is very real and very much on the table when it's been kind of long promised and never delivered by the industry. But it is, we're kind of we're rounding third. We're just not home yet on that.
Really interesting. Thanks, Mr. Hubbard. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Smith. Any further questions from colleagues? Okay. It looks like you are free. First of all, thank you all for your patience. This is important information and it's a big decision to make as well. Mr. Hoover, thank you for joining us this evening from California. My best to your colleague, who's very cute. And,
thank you very much. I appreciate the welcoming atmosphere to business party crashers. And thank you all for having me, Alders. I really appreciate it.
Yes, thanks again. And thank you, Sandeep and Director Isola and Director Winter. Appreciate your time in explaining all this. And I know you have asked us to possibly discharge this from committee. We can discuss it with committee members because a lot of information was thrown at us, even kind of today. It's a lot to digest, even from some of the answers that we got. We requested even some data. So we can discuss it as a committee.
I mean, again, I just want to acknowledge all the patience. I mean, I've been holding up my colleagues, on the other agenda items, and it's kind of go home. But I understand all your concerns, and this is sort of like, sort of learning experience for us, also understanding what your expectations are. And I really appreciate all your questions, and we're happy to follow up if you have any questions. You're happy to follow by email any specific questions that you don't have right now, but obviously some data related stuff. But anything outside of that you could not have, happy to answer. That helps make your decision a little bit easier. I know there's a lot of concerns. We are also, we've discussed these things. We have the same level of questions and concerns. But again, it's one of those things where we've never tried this kind of technology and system, and this, but we have to so be a little bit flexible around how we are able to make it better so that we address a lot of those challenges, and obviously financial challenges, and but try to create try to provide those choices and different options for people, and to kind of use whatever they feel comfortable and whatever is safe.
Yeah, we appreciate all the various options that are available. We just need to make sure that logistics are going to work for us as well, and the challenges of, we don't want to see anyone get hurt either. A friend of mine was recently on a scooter, took a bad fall, broke some limbs, and it's just, I know that those are probably far and few, but they do happen. Like even in New York City, since 2020 has had, close to 600 accidents with 3 deaths. And, we want to avoid that as much as possible. Alder Marks?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just the chair, it feels like a very big decision, with a big concern on my part that it's replacing walkers with increased congestion, as my colleague suggested, which would really have potential serious consequences. 2 questions to the chair. Might it be possible to the chair for us to have some more information or conversations, contacts with people in Hartford to understand more of how the rollout is working, or maybe even to the chair, a possibility of some of us taking some sort of field trip to see it in use in Hartford?
So I guess a couple of things. One, it sounds like we need the time to for a first reading and a second reading.
Sure. That is totally understood. And I think that we've been in lockstep with Hartford since last May, and we've heard nothing but positive feedback about the rollout there. So we can add that to if we want to get more data from Hartford, or get more of a download from them and bring that back, communicate to you all that before the second reading. That's certainly something we could do.
We can discuss this.
Yes, Madam
And
Chair.
During our discussion.
And we can also help facilitate a channel of communication so that helps you make your decision, a lot easier. So.
And the other question after just being, what impact would it have on the rollout or the feasibility of working with Theo if it took us some time to make the decision?
That I think that's probably a question for Jeff, so.
Yeah,
But I think
he is here. I think I would say like it is a.
Jeff, sorry, welcome back.
It is.
No, not at all. Pardon.
It is a somewhat seasonal business, and so part of our hope in trying to get if we're going along the standard process, we have the second reading this month, would be that we can launch this in May and then have more or less a full season to go through this process of gathering data, understanding what's working, what's not working. So I think that would be a perfectly reasonable timeline for us. If it were delayed further, I think it gets challenging just with the budget meetings, the summer sessions, or the summer schedule.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
On the mode shift piece, I think we did hear from Jeff that in similar communities, there is a shift from people away from cars and towards scooters. And so I think that just to speak to the question about congestion, we really do view this as a positive in terms of congestion. That's part of our motivation for trying to bring this forward as a transportation option.
Chair, not to delay the conversation, but when it comes to that question of are we substituting scooters for walkers or scooters for cars, I don't know if you can share, and I know we're getting to late in the day, who you think, just give me some examples of who you think is in this area that's going to use it. So, I work at an office downtown, right? I can't think of any place I would take a scooter to given I've driven to my office. Perhaps single individuals who live in apartments downtown maybe could use it to grocery shop, but I don't know who the city is envisioning as the demographic in this area that's going to use scooters. I don't have a paradigm in my head of who you think the 5 kinds of users are, but I think it's getting late at this point.
Yeah, I'll give you one example. It could be me. It looks like there's a drop-off zone in East Rock. I could be taking a scooter from East Rock to City Hall and then back home again after our meeting. So you won't find me on a scooter, but that's an example of something that could work, or, any one of us really, because the distance isn't that far, or maybe,
I mean, I live on William Street, it's just 5 blocks away. It's too close for me to use an e-scooter, but if I was,
but if you're in a rush,
somewhere, if I was near, let's say, James Street or something further down 3 more blocks, yes, I would envision me using the e-scooter to get to work because, it gives me that choice between taking city transit and,
The density of ports in East Rock is one. The density I see where it's easy to use and easy to get to is walking areas. I don't want to keep us too long. No longer calling protocol.
Yeah, we do have to.
I apologize.
Just to answer your question,
Thank you.
that is still work in progress. We're still trying to figure out. We just wanted to make sure that, it's spread out evenly. That's why this color coded, from my understanding, just to see, hey, how many are in East Rock, how many are in, West River. So we have to make some adjustments. But again, we have to make sure that, again, it complies with all regulations around not, public safety, all that stuff. So it's a bit of a delicate balance.
I mean, this isn't concrete. This is just to give us an idea, and then once it's up and running, we'll have better data to guide us as to where the usability is and the demographics.
As we move those dots around.
Correct.
Would it be possible to consult with community? Thank you, Madam Chair. Community management teams regarding who might, I don't know who, just feedback as to who might use it and where it needs to be for it to truly be used in your community, for instance. My community is not here.
We are happy to engage with the community to kind of get more ideas on where they think, they would like to have a, space for them to drop off pickup. I think we're also trying to be strategic around identifying, let's say, PNM, we haven't gone through that level of process yet, but this is just an early sort of shot at the applications.
Thank you.
So I guess, has a contract been actually signed, or you're waiting for our approval?
We're waiting for your approval.
Just double check.
Yeah, I mean, we're still going through our legal has reviewed, set up the contract, and we just come to that point. That's why we have a agreement in front of you, actual contract in front of you instead of an MOU. So that is what we are going to sign, which is much more, our contract is a lot more, has a lot more heft than actual MOU.
Yeah, and I guess that's part of the concern too, is we got the contract today. I tried reading as much of it as possible before, the meeting. So it didn't give us, I don't know which committee members had an opportunity to actually take a look at it or skim through it, but, that also delays some things. And, I feel like we need to vet this properly and safely and make sure that every T is crossed, I is dotted, for so many reasons, between liability, safety, et cetera. I mean, we don't want to beat this down. We can have this discussion when we vote, but, we don't want to delay it, but I don't know what happens if we do. It sounds like you want to be up and running with this for May, or at least by the second reading.
I think for May would be the goal. I think that would give us a full season, so to speak, of testing this out, of dialing in the parking locations. I think part of the reason why it's sparse outside of downtown is Sandeep and his team are vetting every single location for all the reasons that have come up around accessibility, making sure that we have enough space for these, that there's not going to be clutter issues or accessibility issues where the public right-of-way is being blocked. So I think we want to have a full season of learning from this so that we can make a decision about how to proceed with it longer term. But totally understood that we should take this through the typical process, get back to you about the concerns that have been raised, and provide all the information about data. And I think we want this to be something that people all over the city can use.
All right, thank you. And again, thanks for everyone's patience.
Let me apologize to my colleagues here.
I know, and we do have two more items on the agenda that we need to cover. So thank you thank you everyone. Thank you, Mr. Hoover, as well. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Please come forward. Is there anyone from the public that would like to testify? Please come forward. And for the third time, if there is anyone from the public that would like to testify on this item, please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we can move on to our second item, which is the license agreement with the New Haven Parking Authority. Well, let's keep going. I'm one of those that if I get in the car and I have to be at a destination, we're not stopping.
And first, thank you for the extended time tonight. These are important decisions, and the thoughtfulness, does not go unnoticed, so we appreciate it. We were smiling because we were also behind Sandeep and Steve at the City Planning Commission. Nothing to do with the topic.
Well, thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your time again. My name is Michael Piscatelli. I reside at 353 Summit Street in New Haven, and I'm here on behalf of the city and the New Haven Parking Authority, requesting your approval for a 5-year agreement with the Parking Authority to operate parking underneath the air rights garage. You will know from other conversations like the budget hearing that the Parking Authority operates a number of city-owned facilities. So these might be parking lots until we can find someone to build on them. We own the garages, they operate them on our behalf. The agreement with Under Air Rights, a picture of it, to remind you, if you don't ever see it, because now there's a bunch of buildings there, Under Air Rights literally is under air rights. And years ago, it was a road, so it was, it was just, whatever it was, right? But when the city worked on the projects related to Yale New Hospital and Pfizer, this parking for Connecticut Mental Health Clinic was dislocated. And there was no place for those people who work in CMHC to actually park. And so we built this parking lot under the air rights garage, and then there's the loading dock for the hospital. So it's a little different than your normal agreement because the parking authority, we asked them to keep everybody safe, keep the loading docks clean and the trucks moving through, and provide the parking for CMHC. So it's not your typical revenue stream, if you will. We make half of the revenue of it. We get $60,000 from this particular deal. It's 5 years, so it kind of gives a runway for the parking authority to run it. But I share this with you because it's really the partnership with CMHC, the city, and the parking authority pretty much to keep this thing in a state of good repair. We've been grateful for their stewardship of it. It's really worked out well for Carter and everyone else. There's signs everywhere to get everyone where they need to go. CMHC seems to be in a good place. Don't get any complaints anymore about how this is operated. So it's 5 years, and then should the board approve it, there's one option for an additional 5 years. And request your approval tonight for that.
Now, we have a current agreement,
We do.
and this is just a renewal.
That's right. Well, this is
For
the
clarification.
one that we have now is 5 years with the 5 years, and it was hard for me to get my arms around it, how that's already up, and it is.
Okay, so it's a 5-year term. Will you come back to us after that if they want to sign on for an additional 5 years?
No, it's administrative.
So it's administrative. So we're looking at 10 years, us as a board, because the renewal will not come before us.
That's correct.
Okay. And that amount stays the same for that entire period, or can it be updated in 5 years?
So the way it works is about 150 to 200 spaces down there. It's a bit discounted for CMHC. If the parking authority raises the rent or the parking fee, we get a percentage of that. It runs on a sliding scale. So whatever they're increasing it to, our 60,000, whatever it is, just goes up by that same pro rata.
Okay, okay, thanks for that. Questions from colleagues?
Thank you.
Okay.
It's the only parking I have today.
Thank you.
And are you, there's one more item, and that's you as well, right, Mr. Fitzgerald?
Right, and
Okay.
DMAC and Giovanni.
Okay, yes, okay. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Please come forward. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Please come forward. And for the third time, if anyone wants to testify on this item, please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we will move to item number 3, which is applying for and accepting funding through the Connecticut Department of Economic and Community Development and Innovation Clusters. Come forward.
Sorry, got deep on that.
You were so focused you couldn't hear us. Well, again, thank you all for your patience. This is our third item, and if you could state your name and address for the record, you can then proceed with your presentation.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michael Piscatelli. I'm the Economic Development Administrator for the city, and I reside at 353 Summit Street in Decatur.
I'm Giovanni Zinn, I'm the city engineer, and I reside at 95 Soundview Terrace.
My name is Steve Mack. I work at the Economic Development Department, and I live at 492 Whitney Avenue, apartment 2A, and New Haven, Connecticut, 06511.
Thank you.
We should have handed these out second. So before you open the document, we have to sort of get around this theoretically. The state of Connecticut is resurging its economic position relative to the state and the globe. And it's driven by key industries. Could be advanced manufacturing or the making of jet engines up in Hartford, the fabrication of the world's greatest submarines in Groton. If you go down to Wilton, Connecticut, there's a company that makes the machines, that makes the chips that power the fastest computers anywhere in the world, and it's in Wilton. And in New Haven, the driving economic engines, if you will, as you know, for many, many years, are eds, meds, and the emerging life sciences industry. And in the very near future, quantum technologies and quantum computing. So as a group, we will learn more together about how this industry can help propel us forward in much the same way that the life sciences felt very distant years ago. Like, is this really going to work? Is there a job growth here? Does this mean something for New Haven? And quantum technologies will be that in our future. DECD has recognized this and put funding together to support the growth of these industries around the state. And Hartford, Stanford, and New Haven are putting together programs, if you will, so that this money is deployed to create highly concentrated districts which are built around these industries. And the project, if you will, is a consortium, right? So, the city of New Haven is not going to run a quantum computer, but we can create the environment or a district to help that succeed and thrive. We are not going to be the driving influence on the workforce for either bio or quantum, but we can help enable it by creating a great district. And in doing so, that's where our swim lane is actually the district, if you will. So DCD put this team together, and we're on the team, Yale's on the team, UConn's on the team, which is really great. As well as our development partners that we work with for many years, Carter Wood Stanley and Science at Square 10, which is the project on the Coliseum site. And a number of colleges and universities. We have the trade associations, right, BioCT, they're all on the team. And so what Dean and Giovanni are going to walk through is sort of the global of how the team came together, what everyone's working on. But then what's before you tonight is really our swim lane, which is the infrastructure piece. And as you know, to go in for any grants, we need an apply for and accept from the Board of Alders to move the project forward. If there's ever a development agreement, a building gets built, that comes back before you, multi-year stuff, would all come back before you. But for us to play our role in this consortium application, we're going to share with you our role. There's a tight deadline, so we are asking for a discharge tonight, and we hope that you'll be supportive. So, Dean?
Thank you, Mike. So we can open the presentation now. So I think that Mike did a great job of covering the purpose of the Innovation Clusters grant. It is a continuation of what was called Innovation Corridors in the past. So it's a state initiative that's been on, they've been attempting to get these innovation clusters off the ground for a while now, and this is their kind of latest attempt to do that. And so we've advanced to the stage of having 3 finalists that are applying for this money, and we're really excited for the opportunity. So this is kind of the second slide, which shows this blue circle on the map. This shows the general area of the concentration that Michael was talking about for the innovation cluster. It would be downtown, it would be between the green and the concentration of housing and businesses in the downtown as it exists today. It's centered on the Route 34 area of the developments that Mike was talking about for Wood Stanley's project and also Square 10. And then there's also the Yale Medical Campus on the kind of western side. And the station at the bottom, so we have housing. It's going to be kind of those 2 yellow bright lights at the bottom of the circle is the Union Station. Yeah, right there. So, so this is all kind of in this district that we'd like to tie all these things together with the infrastructure investments that Giovanni will talk about more later on. If you go to the next slide, the other role that this has been playing in this application, in addition to the money that we're asking for, and that's what we're asking for your permission to apply for tonight. We also have been working as kind of a team leader, convener, that we often play that role between different institutions and organizations in New Haven, and we're positioned to do that. So we've been organizing this team and working on creating a really great application that will be competitive with Harvard and Stanford, and also helping some of our partners to kind of meet each other, talk through their plans, because they have to kind of work out proposals that will fit into the narrative that we can put into the grant. So you'll see that we are here, we're kind of getting close to the end of the application writing piece of it. We've been having weekly meetings to convene on all these things, coordinating our efforts. We've split the team up into these three pillars or working groups, and we worked closely with Quantum CT on structuring this application because they had a great process for applying for the NSF grants, which they're successful in. So we worked with them on structuring this large group. And so we have these three themes: innovation value chain. We could also think of that as like ecosystem, like an industry ecosystem, workforce development, and then infrastructure. And that's really the swim lane of the city, is solely the infrastructure piece of it in terms of the application. But you go to the next page. These are the other team members that are working with us, and I know that they've already been listed, many of them, but we kind of have these lanes where the city of New Haven and developers are kind of working on infrastructure. So our physical infrastructure will help the private investment connect this district with our public investments. The workforce working group really allowing the universities as well as the trade organizations, BioCT and Quantum CT, which is a joint venture between Yale and UConn. So when you see Quantum CT under workforce, that's also involving the universities themselves. So UConn is playing a part in this beyond just Quantum CT as well. And then the innovation value chain is where we focus more on industry. So we have Quantum CT again. Yale Ventures was kind of spins off Yale researchers into ventures, entrepreneurial ventures and companies through investment, and BoA again, the trade organization, kind of bridges workforce and the innovation value chain. And then CIC and Cure Disease are both space providers and operators. One is an incubator, and the other does kind of life science support spaces, laboratory. So the innovation, so the next slide gets into a little bit more of the innovation value chain, what that piece of the application is going to look like. It really centers on the quantum part of the application. So this application is really focused on, we already have this really thriving bio and life sciences industry in New Haven, and we're trying to, Quantum CT is really trying to mirror the success of the bio industry here in New Haven and copy some of the things they've done. They're kind of trying to establish a quantum path that would mirror the bio path that brings training and educational opportunities from K through 12 all the way to adult education to create workforce opportunities. That really goes more into the workforce piece, but they're also mirroring. Oh yeah. They're also going to be mirroring the professional pathways that have been established through life sciences here in New Haven, taking research from the universities and turning it into commercial opportunities that will hopefully turn into companies that create jobs here in New Haven. So that's the model that Quantum is trying to follow as well. And Yale is a leading quantum institute, so they will be able to create hopefully inventions that are commercialized and turn into real companies in the future and then jobs here in New Haven. The workforce piece is being led by that quantum path model that I was referencing, and also we have partnerships with other universities that are going to look at trying to create a physical presence. Even universities like UNH and Quinnipiac, which don't have their main campuses here in New Haven, but they're open to exploring having certificate programs and faculty residencies here in New Haven. So there would be actually a presence of students, teachers from those institutions here in New Haven itself, which would be a first and a really nice thing for everyone. And then the third piece is the infrastructure. And so we have the two private infrastructure pieces, the two large buildings that we envision in this district. And then it's kind of tied together with physical public infrastructure that would be mostly focused on transportation. But Giovanni, I think, can speak to that a little bit more.
Sure, absolutely. Yes.
The next slide has your drawing, and then there's another one.
Yep, I see that. So a couple of things, right? I think not only are we trying to create this cluster here of innovation, of biosciences, quantum, all these other things, we're also trying to create a sense of place, a way to connect these institutions to each other, to connect the city to these. We don't want them to be just an island in the middle of our city where people, drive in and drive out, but rather be a place that is a springboard for not only the people in these facilities to venture out and explore the city, but also, and the people that come to visit these facilities to go out and see New Haven and experience all we have to offer, but also New Haven to come in and learn and understand and be around these wonderful places, right? One of the other things that ties into this a lot, which we're actually going to talk about at next month's CSEP, is a stronger connection between downtown and the train station through what we're calling the Church Street Promenade. When you leave the front door of Union Station, if you're new to New Haven, you kind of look around and you're like, how do I get to downtown? How do I get to here, there, or other places, right? It's not immediately obvious. And I think with the Union Square development, you've seen some of the renderings out of there. The Church Street Promenade project is looking to create like a 20-foot wide, really nice separated path with trees alongside Church Street South to get from Union Station to South Frontage Road. All right, so that is some of the context. So what you see in front of you here in this drawing is some of the connecting pieces into that and connecting into downtown. And some of this also shows future phases of what you're looking at. So where are you in the city? Maybe that's what we'll start with that. Over here on the bottom right corner is exit 1 coming off the highway and coming down into downtown. You have moving left, from right to left, you have the Orange Street intersection that was built under Downtown Crossing Phase 2. Right next to the big white, almost rectangle here, is the Church Street Bridge. And then up here in the upper left corner is the Temple Street Garage. So this is kind of a long-term vision here of what this area can look like. You can see the Science and Square 10 building over here on the old Coliseum site. What we're calling the Parcel B development, which is this white rectangle here. Sorry, let me go in the middle of the table. This would be the Parcel B area. This is 101 College Street right here. Just the corner of the building that you can see there. This is Temple Street, Church Street, Orange Street, MLK, South Frontage Road. Everyone have the bearings? Yeah.
The big rectangle, again, just you said.
This one here, we're calling it Parcel B. It's the open space right now between 101 College and the Church Street Bridge. It's a future development site for bioscience and quantum and other types of, the sort of things that we're doing in innovation clusters here. So what is in our grant today that we're trying to spend the last month working furiously to get to a point where we have something to present to you is the first 2 parts of these here. So first is a linear park along the Science and Square 10 part. This is actually a really important part of our city transportation network because the intersection of State, Water, Union, and what used to be North Frontage Road is actually a real node going to the eastbound Water Street. Right under construction now is the Water Street cycle track, which will tie into the Shoreline Greenway. They'll go all the way around the harbor. It's connection to Union Station. The Frontage Canal Line will come down State Street in Phase 2. So we were talking earlier about our active transportation networks. This is a very important link back to some of the infrastructure for active transportation built under the Downtown Crossing projects. So this linear park here also provides a bit of outdoor space and green space in downtown. It can always use more of that. And then the second part of it is what we're calling the ARC pedestrian bridge.
I don't know how many of you have ever crossed this area on foot. It is, I have on many occasions, the sprint down to the police station for a meeting. But it is, there's a lot of lanes of traffic here. And I think what we're trying to do, and you'll see it a little bit better in the next rendering, is create a kind of two-step process to cross through this area. If you are trying to get from, say, the State Street area or Science at Square 10 over to the med school, or tying into the Church Street Promenade, or going further west as well. So what this does is that it builds next to the Church Street Bridge, sort of extends the bridge, although it's a separate structure, a pedestrian bridge area that provides a wide sidewalk crossing into downtown on Church Street, and also creates an arcing pathway, which you can see like this, that brings you down to the Orange Street intersection. So for example, if you were going from the old Coliseum site over to the hospital, instead of having to cross, as many as 10 lanes of traffic in kind of one shot, you could do, 3-lane crossing, go through this, and then do another 3-lane crossing a block away, right? So it helps with safety, provides, helps you avoid having to cross some of the lanes of traffic, and also creates a gateway into our city. This is the front door of New Haven for a lot of people coming off of 91 and 95. So providing trees, I think actually, sort of the railing of this is going to be a special signature piece with lighting and other things that you're able to see. Why don't we flip over to the rendering? That helps, yes. And I apologize, I stare at plans all day, so the first one makes a lot of sense. This one's a little better. And I want to commend my good friends in the Economic Development Department that sprung for this. I'm usually too cheap to pay for renderings. There you go. Good steward of the money I will be asking for next week, right? So this is the linear park over in here. And then if you were to cross over to get down towards the hospital, for example, you could cross Orange Street and cross here and then go up this nice wide walkway that has a railing on one side, kind of a signature piece of the area. It has trees. There's a little bit of a plaza area up here at the top, and then over the new structure. One of the things we're able to do is, because of all the downtown crossing projects, the bridge, the Church Street Bridge is 160 feet long right now. We actually only need half of it, so the new bridge is only half of that. And that allows us to plant a lot of trees. This may not come as a huge surprise, but planting trees on a bridge is a very tricky enterprise. So having only half the bridge gives a lot more space for trees. And so this will also tie into the crossing into downtown from our Church Street Promenade that we'll talk more extensively about next month. Some of the things that you'll see on the first page for the future is, the Parcel B development, and also trying to create the southern end, the southern terminus to a more pedestrianized Temple Street. You've obviously seen before you previously applications for Temple Street along Green, for example. But really an opportunity to create a special public street, slow street, that has local access to businesses and all that for vehicles, but also creates a really great space in downtown, similar to night market and things like that on a more regular basis.
Question. Were you?
I think I'm going to leave it there for now, yes.
Okay. So a map question while we're on the map. I just want to understand the map, please. I'm just trying to understand. I get where it's going to, but I don't really get where it's. Who's gonna, who's starting here? So I get.
So there's a ton of connections here, right?
What's here?
So you can go north on the Farmington Canal Line up State Street, for example. There'll be a southern connection.
I'm sorry.
This is State Street.
Is this State?
That is State Street, right?
That is the State.
We're constructing the Water Street cycle track right now, which goes off the page this way.
Thank you.
And then the Shoreline Greenway Trail takes the end of that at Easton Water all the way to Lighthouse Park.
And then you can also go to you can go a lot of places.
I was just confused what was to the right of this map.
This intersection here of State Water and Union is actually like a real node in our active transportation network.
Is this like the Knights of Columbus Museum?
Yes. Correct, yes.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, I got it. Thank you very much. Just wanted to orient.
We needed another page.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fair enough.
So it might need to come back to budget.
Sure, I can.
So I just will briefly go over the table, which is after the rendering. So, one of the things that we're trying to do in this application is phase the different elements from from the innovation value chain piece that's focused on quantum and supporting life sciences with a few more support services. Then phasing that along with public infrastructure to make sure that the public infrastructure is being built at the right timing to go along with and support the private investments that are coming in. So we'd see the linear park and the Church Street probably more phase 2, and our pedestrian bridge would be kind of the first piece built. And then the workforce component is just showing that we'll also be phasing the different components of workforce. So this is going to be kind of an early start, smaller scale quantum CT presence in downtown that we're envisioning, which would be occupied by hopefully some of the other universities and start to have a presence for them down here, as well as some early start company relationships forming and relationships with the additional workforce pieces and local schools and whatnot. We'd be then asking DCD to provide a development fund that would have benchmarks where funding would be released as different benchmarks are hit, mostly for the private investment to encourage the development of those large buildings in the area and provide gap financing when needed and if needed. And then the last phase would be Quantum CT occupying one of those buildings with a large scale incubator and state-of-the-art test beds, which are quantum computing hardware. There are very few of these in the world. There are only a handful. And this would also be an open source test bed, which would allow for quantum studies, companies, other universities throughout the country to access digitally these test beds. It's computers that are physically going to be in New Haven, which would be stimulating the growth of the quantum industry throughout the country and throughout the state as well, and encourage other companies to locate here in New Haven so they'd have access to this technology, which is hard to get. And so that would be kind of the final vision, like an incubator, a large-scale incubator for quantum, paired with these technologies that would be encouraging more companies and institutions to work with Yale and UConn on these efforts. So maybe this is out of order, but we could have talked about that at a different time. But then I do want to go back to the infrastructure piece that Jumon was just describing, and maybe if you don't mind, just going over the budget.
Sure. The budget, right? We talked earlier about, when we're talking about capital dollars and the importance of taking capital dollars and stacking them again. This is actually I learned from the best, Mr. Piscatelli, my first boss in the city, on how to do this. And I think this is sort of a really good arrangement. So the Innovation Clusters grant program requires a 1-to-1 match. All right, so that's always fun. And so we have the three portions of the project as we're calling it together. We've got the Art Pedestrian Bridge, which you saw, the Church Street Promenade, which you will see in more detail next month. But since it was a project that we kind of folded into this one, and you'll soon see why. And then also the linear park. So we'll take each of these so the first two are sort of interwoven together, and I think we're looking to to have them go into construction in fairly similar timelines.
And so the way we're actually using federal funds that we've received through the Transportation Alternatives Program run by the DOT and the Southern Connecticut Regional Council of Governments, that's $2.9 million of federal money. We also have a state funding source of $730,000 in grants for municipal projects. That would be the required match to that. We can use the federal money that's coming through for Church Street Promenade to be a match also to innovation clusters because it's not matching to anything else. So that $2.9 million helps match the cost of the pedestrian bridge. So we're asking for $3.65 million from innovation clusters for the ARC pedestrian bridge. And we have to put in $575,000 of local bond funds as part to finish out the match as well. The linear park, because it's connected to the Square 10 development, will use the value of the Square 10 development as its match. And that will match the $1.3 million. So in total, we have $575,000 of local money. We have $2.9 million of federal money, which you will consider to approve to accept next month as this committee. We have $730,000 of other state funds, which we cannot use as a match for innovation clusters because it is also a state fund. It's a lot of rules here. And then finally,
Say that again, the TAP.
So we can use the federal portion of the TAP grant as a match for innovation clusters. We cannot use the non-federal portion because it is also state funds. And then finally, our request to innovation clusters grant program is $4.95 million. And that leaves us to a total project cost of just under $10 million. And this is not the most complicated one I've worked on today.
My head is like spinning. Okay.
So I think the headline for the Board of Alders is that with the $575,000 local investments, we're able to multiply that through all these grant programs to a $9.75 million project.
Okay, so it's 575K of local investment for the total of 9 point.
Yes, as it stands today.
You had a
Just
question?
while we're on this, can you just explain the federal money? It's fungible federal money that we could use for something else.
No. We're using it for the promenade. So we're considering the promenade and the ARC pedestrian bridge to be both part of the same larger connection that we're making between through this district, which, as Dean said, starts at Union Station, heads all the way up through where these buildings are.
Can I try again? I want to ask about the source of the federal funding.
So the federal funding is
for something else that we prioritized higher or differently?
No, so the federal funding is specifically for the Church Street Promenade, which is the walkway between downtown and Union Station. And it's specifically meant for that type of regionally significant projects that help alternative to motor vehicle transportation.
Already allocated?
State transportation grant. So the state got the money from the federal government at a DOT, so it's sitting in a DOT account somewhere.
Correct.
Just thank you, just want to check.
Could it disappear?
Maybe
Of course,
but we can't use it for anything else.
Correct.
Schools, sorry.
You cannot use it for schools.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, it's good to get clarification.
We'll pause here. We've given you a lot tonight, but big picture, we're on a team with a lot of people. And I think you can see the driving factors are not us, right? It's really supporting economic growth by these really, we've learned, Dean and I have been in these meetings, and it's been inspiring to learn from the real scientists who are doing this work.
And so our goal is a little bit smaller on this one, and it'll be aggregated larger. It's phased in part because of economic conditions right now. Like we've got two great potential building projects, but it will take some time for them to get off the ground. What we've seen from the Quantum CT team, this marriage of Yale and UConn, is really amazing. But it's also tied to what's happening at the Science Hill and the National Science Foundation grants. So all that stuff will get mashed up into the application, and we try to keep ourselves, a little bit humble, small, and also impactful because it creates a district of real significance. And we've researched them around the country, so we've been around to see some of these innovation districts. Some are totally fenced off, like a big fence sign. And I think what we've learned from Downtown Crossing is that does not work here. It needs to be a place for all, and that's why you see a bunch of public plazas. The bike, it's really going to feel like just a neighborhood. And if we do this right and the future phases come forward, it generates tax revenue for the city, creates a workforce pipeline right down to middle school, sort of in the high school range, I was down to middle school, opens up opportunities for cultural equity, and at the end of the day, gives the state of Connecticut really strong economic drivers in this hyper competition for talent and investment in key economic spaces. So we would ask for your support in the form of a discharge tonight, recognizing the state wants these applications in on April 15th, and the timelines get really tight here. So appreciate your support.
So you're applying for the 100 million. So there's Stanford, Harvard, and us for the full 100 million.
Well, the applicant will be the quantum bioscience
right.
cluster.
I'm going to say us as in.
And then there'll be like these sub-applicants, like the city for 5 million, and Yale, UConn.
But it's for
like
that amount in one, right?
It won't be the application from the New Haven consortium will not be $100 million, be more measured. 100 million is the total pot for the entire state.
Right, so 100 million is the total pot for the entire state, and there's multiple applicants of Harvard, Stanford, New Haven. Is that going to be split amongst the three if awarded, or?
Could be one, could be three,
okay.
Could be two.
We don't know.
Yeah, and we've tried to show as well, like, and I think the DCT team has been great with us, collaborating about how. So the phasing approach is something that actually came through this dialogue with DDCD, recognizing, much like 100 College Street 101, the way this district has grown, it's a 10-year journey.
Okay, so that 100 million could be split between 3 people or could go to 1.
That's right.
Okay, then the other, and I know there's multiple applicants, et cetera. You mentioned there's only 5 of this type of theory or quantum out there.
Very, very
Did I hear
few
that?
centers of excellence in quantum technology. So this competition is, New Haven and Chicago and Los Angeles, China. So it's beyond the borders of the nation and very, very few. Dean mentioned the test beds. And these are opportunities for, the closest you can get to a quantum computer, and an opportunity to test the algorithms, the formulas, the calculations over a wide range of industries. And one just really wonderful discussion we set in on was how that applies directly to the biosciences and how you can accelerate drug and therapeutic discovery simply by accelerating the calculations. So that kind of gives you a sense as to how it could work locally.
I think it's worth noting that New Haven, for a host of reasons that I'm not too familiar with, has a quantum computing community that is way more prominent than the size of New Haven would ever indicate. As one of the few leaders in this, and there's some really prominent, spin-offs from Yale in the quantum computing space that are internationally known.
So the chances of being awarded this can be pretty high because of that, or is it just in the way, who else is competing for this? Is it just those 3, or you mentioned China and Chicago? This is just for Connecticut.
I think there's a strong sense that the state of Connecticut wants to remain both relevant, strong, and globally leading in the quantum space. Hartford and Stanford have strong, areas of artificial intelligence, so you'll probably see applications along those lines. But hard to forecast, right? I mean, these are big investments over a long, runway to really get off the ground.
And how did these partnerships become? Yale, UConn. Obviously Win Stanley because of the biosciences in his building.
Scientific. A lot of it was the scientific collaborations. So for many years, it was always thought that Yale and UConn would tie up on something. And they have over maybe bioscience, some innovation work. There are a number of scientists in the quantum space at UConn that bring things to the table that Yale doesn't have, and vice versa. And that collaboration led to some work with Brookhaven. So Brookhaven Labs in Long Island about 5 years ago. And that has evolved into a competition with the National Science Foundation, deeper collaborations from the different scientists, possible spin-offs, different companies that are starting to form. We've been, listening and we're fortunate to be at the table as the city to learn more, to be part of it from our limited role. And it's really been great to see this, mature in a way that when we were a lot younger, bioscience was emerging in the region, and you can kind of see this strengthening over time.
Okay. So with the numbers here, this is only a portion of that grant if we were to be awarded.
That's right. But it's the portion that we would be the grantee, for which we need the board approval. A lot of the other stuff will never find its way to the city accounts, going to the other different partners.
Right. And you said that there's also private investors for other various. Is it for the building, parcel B? So you would look for an investor for parcel B.
Yeah, we should talk about that for a little minute if you want to go one more slide. So if you go back to the picture, which I thought it was important to invest on, something that really shows what this could be. So you've seen the building at Science at Square 10 before. This is on the Coliseum site. It's fully permitted through the City Plan Commission as part of the development agreement that we have for Coliseum. And 101 College Street is now open, so the building is being fed out. It was also part of our development agreement to fill in the Route 34 corridor. And then, I don't know why we call it Parcel B. I think Donna called it Parcel B. Is the last parcel. It's about 1.5 acres, and it's just, it's the grass there now with the service drive. And so we're talking to Carter and Stanley, our development partner, about what it would take to lift that building. And again, it's the service drives, it's how do we do a plaza, how do we create a great space that's, it's just going to take some time. So that's why it's just grayed out and conceptual at this point. And at some point, if something comes of it, you will see that as a development agreement, and the same journey, what they pay in taxes, the size of the building, all of that down the road.
All right, colleagues, questions? Alder Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you three for the presentation. Just a couple questions. Director Piscitelli, you brought up NIH, and I'm curious if DCD has given any guidance or maybe shifted at all their priorities, have given you any thoughts given the sort of uncertain federal landscape in terms of what they're prioritizing for innovation clusters?
I would say the meetings remain very, very collaborative and forward-thinking about the strength of this economy and getting, keep moving forward. Some of that could be DCD and everyone pulling together and finding some resources to keep things moving at the same pace. Others is just recognizing some things may take a little bit longer until it's more clear what the NIH funding levels will look like. But the return on investment of that money, as you know from many conversations, is extremely significant. Lower healthcare costs, economic multiplier, number of jobs. So there's an economics storyboard here that over the long haul, NIH funding and the research that moves into tech transfer and the investments that come from the private sector will be there.
I think it's also worth noting that infrastructure is not something that appears tomorrow. It takes time. And I think it's an opportunity now, and the state has seized as well, to set ourselves up for 4 years from now.
Very helpful. And one of the related to infrastructure, Director Sin. So my reaction looking at the bridge in the linear park, in walking there, it is very uncomfortable to walk there, in part because there are so many lanes. And in some ways, my initial reaction to this is excited about it, but also it almost feels like a band-aid to this core issue of it just being this sort of mini highway that stops. And I'm just curious your reflections on that. I could be getting that wrong, but when you think
No,
about
you're absolutely right. It's something that we wrestled a lot with as designers. I think it's a real challenge. I mean, is it easier to create a human space where there are no cars? Of course, right? Can we get rid of exit 1 off the highway? No, that's not a viable option for the city of New Haven. So I think the real challenge then becomes, and we probably went through 30 different ideas before we kind of found our way back to this, and we had pedestrian bridges and all sorts of stuff all over the place. I think one of the things that kind of stuck out to us is how many lanes you're crossing at the same time. It's one thing to cross 3 or 4 lanes, it's another one to cross 10 lanes and have to wait for 2 cycles of the light, right? So that's one thing. Another thing is how much space is allocated to cars versus allocated to people. So if you're crossing the Church Street Bridge, you've got, 4 lanes of traffic, and then you have a little 5-foot sidewalk with no buffer, and then there's the parapet of the bridge, right? You're squeezed into this little 5-foot space. So creating spaces that are 20 feet wide, that have then 10 feet of trees, or, have a lot more, are a little more remote from a lot of traffic, I think helps a bunch. Are you going to get rid of the fact that there are this many lanes here? No, there's nothing that can do that other than getting rid of the lanes of traffic, and at some point you just create gridlock, and that's not a realistic option either. I think I'm no friend of building more lanes just to build them. In fact, a lot of our projects do very much the opposite, and we hear on both sides of that. But I think in this case, creating wider pedestrian spaces that have as much buffer as possible, and also have some grade separation going over the service drives as opposed to crossing them, for example, and then just simplifying the journey or some of the common journeys through this for a pedestrian, I think will be helpful.
it's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Zan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Smith. Questions? I mean, this is a big project to tackle. I'm still trying to wrap my brain around it. I don't know how you guys have done it. So, just looking at the infrastructure budget, if we don't get the grant for any reason, is this something that we're going to move forward with, or is it just a thought right now, a concept?
So if we don't get the grant, we would come back to you with a recasting of the strategy. Like, I think it's in the city's interest, and we've been honored to work on it, that we want to see it all the way through to completion. But we would come back at you with a different, rethinking it a little bit to make sure that it's both in line with our budget, recognizing real issues we have elsewhere in the budget, and still doing something really special here.
So the grant is, so you're applying for it, it's due April 15th. Lovely day. And how long is the process?
So February 1st was our first meeting with DECD. Due the April 15th gives you a sense that they want to move at a pace here. So I would expect by early summer, we'll know, where we stand.
And if this grant is awarded, do you come again to us?
You will see us again. If they give us more money, if the match is out of balance, you will see us. You'll also, hopefully, we'll see you with a development agreement at some point. So, that might spur a real momentum to keep moving on a development project, if you will. But, it's way, way, way too soon to look in that direction.
Okay. Well, of course, we want to know. Sometimes, departments don't come back and tell us that we've been awarded some of these grants. And of course, it's good news for us as well when they are awarded. So, I see a lot of excitement.
Yeah.
We've had the alders from the area who've worked on downtown crossing in to see the public schools classroom, classes, school, just kind of get a feel for it. The restaurant is open. We would be happy to take anyone over if you want to take a look or just go to the restaurant, at a time when you have a chance at, you get there from 101 College, you can walk from any entrance to get in and just kind of feel it. Because that plaza was going to be a parking garage, and not doing the parking garage opens up a lot of what Giovanni's team has come up with today.
So the restaurant's at 101 College.
Yeah, it's really great. There's a restaurant there.
Okay, well, quite the endeavor. Are we good? Aldersman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One just last question about the budget. At a high level, could you break down just allocations in terms of design, construction, staff, maybe maintenance?
Well, there's no maintenance dollars in that because it's a capital fund. Design is, trying to remember, it's actually it's not a huge number in this. I think it's under $1 million. I don't remember off the top of my head exactly where, but probably around 500, something like that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Aldersman. All right, well, thank you for this presentation.
Really appreciate your time tonight, and although it's late, I just ask you once again for discharge would be very much appreciated.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the reminder.
Thank you all.
Thank you. And thanks again, and good luck. Is there anyone from the public that would like to testify regarding this item? Please come forward. Is there anyone from the public that would like to testify on this item? Please come forward. For a third time, is there anyone from the public that would like to testify? Please come forward. Seeing none, do I hear a motion to close the public portion of this meeting?
Second.
Closing the public portion is moved and seconded. All in favor of closing the public portion, say aye. Aye. Any nays? Okay, public portion is closed. Do I hear a motion to move item number 1?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second. Item 1 has been moved and seconded. Any discussion on item 1? This is regarding the multi-year, it's for the school years. This is, so a couple of things before we actually go into, I believe we need to make an amendment, right?
Yes, can you make a motion to amend it to substitute the MOU with the contract and also to update any necessary language in the order so that it references the contract and no longer the MOU?
Yes, so Alder Singh?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move to make an amendment by substitution to the MOU to the contract. Any other language pertaining to this contract.
Second. Okay, the amendment has been made and seconded. Any discussion on the amendment only? I think we're pretty clear what it has to do. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. We will go back now to the item as amended with reflecting that updated contract or the contract itself. Any discussion on the item? Alder Singh.
Madam Chair, this document came in late and I didn't have any time to read it in detail. I scanned it, so I have to leave this to my colleagues to look at it and see where they're at.
Any other discussion on this item? Alder Marks.
I think I've shared some of my views through my questioning. I'm excited about, what was our term here? Hold on. In the transportation discussion, the term I learned was mode shifting. Excited about mode shifting, excited about, sort of the sustainable transportation. I will share, I've had some personal experience with these scooters a number of years ago. rode around in Washington DC on one. Seen them in other cities, and have a lot of questions. Just concerned about, I guess I was expressed, I think we just have such a major problem right now with traffic safety in general, speeding, red lights, congestion, cell phones, ATVs, street takeovers. I mean, we have a bit of a street safety crisis right now in the city. I appreciate that departments like TTMP and the police are doing their best to address these crises. I just have some concerns about safety and congestion and focus of resources on this, when I certainly know from my constituents' perspectives, there are other matters that are really problematic regarding our streets at the moment. So I'm just concerned about the scooters continuing and expanding some of the bad behavior we're already seeing, not stopping at stop signs, not stopping at red lights, improper behavior with cell phones. I'm also concerned about the bad drivers' impact on these. God forbid we have accidents or problems. And I just have a concerned vision in my head of scooters crossing through lanes and crossing through red lights and people getting hurt. So I respect and trust the departments that have brought this before us, and understand they've been thinking about this for a long time. And parts of me would like to jump in and jump on board. That seems exciting, knowing it's been thoroughly reviewed by Director. I saw that in winter, and parts of me would like to do some more of my own due diligence. So I'm interested in some more information as I requested the chair.
Are you in support of the item?
I would like to continue the discussion. I am not certain of my positions, if that's okay.
Any other discussion? Alder Smith?
Yeah, what an interesting conversation. I mean, I'm trying to tease through your point, Alder Marks, because I almost wonder, is there a distinction between, because scooters are currently being ridden right now in the city by private actors, and Mr. Hoover mentioned the stats on safety, and so I'm just trying to tease. I feel the same concern about traffic safety. I'm just trying to really understand the tie that you're sort of thinking through around the definite challenges that we have about traffic safety, and then the expansion of an additional service that's currently, that people are currently privately engaging in now. If you could just
happy to think about that, and I was intrigued by it. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I think, if I may ask a question to Alder Marks, I just want to tease through that. And I'm complete.
That was your question?
Yes.
Through the chair, if I can answer the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate there are currently scooters in use. I greatly appreciate Mr. Hoover's comment of leveraging these scooters for proper behavior, because these scooters, if I understand correctly, literally shut off when you move towards the sidewalk. My concern is literally the map I saw, 250 more scooters in this tiny area, including 2 high schools and a slew of university students. I don't know, which is part of why I'm sort of eager to think about Hartford or see other places. I have this vision of scooters everywhere, weaving through traffic and cutting people off, and I'm not sure I can envision what the density would look like. Just 250 in this small space. I'm not able to visualize what this is going to look like. That's what I'm wondering when I think about scooters right now. I see a handful. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
May I ask a follow-up question, Madam Chair? And I'm asking these questions to you, older Marks, but I'm thinking them aloud myself too. I'm teasing through it myself, and you're so thoughtful, so I'm curious your reactions. Because I'd be curious if you could think through, or if you could talk a lot about the sort of concerns around safety for scooters versus e-bikes, or bikes in general, and if there feels like a distinction, if there's something about a scooter in particular that brings about a bit more caution than bikes, because I'm teasing through myself, because I also maybe have a little bit more of a reaction towards a scooter, but I'm questioning myself, why would I actually have more of a reaction to a scooter than an e-bike or a bike share system? And curious if you wanted to tease that aloud with me.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind me answering, it's maybe more personal information that I choose to share, but the opportunity I had to ride the scooter came with a woo-hoo, which is sort of the feeling that one has when one gets on a scooter, and was the feeling of the other people with me. Which is not the noise that I make.
The woo-hoo effect.
When I get on a bike. I don't know if these come with a certain limitation of speed, and perhaps I am influenced too much by this particular experience I had a number of years ago. But it came across as I think if you use it every day for commute, you're trusting your work clothes, and you're sort of got a certain focus of mind into transportation, got your helmet on, and that's one thing. I do have a personal experience of it being more of a joyride and a thrill than a mode of transportation. I think the others may be attracted in the same way, and less cautious when using so. It feels we've all grown with a certain expectation of bike safety, always thinking about what car door might open on you, always thinking about stopping at red lights and traffic lights. I think there's a certain concern that scooters will be used with the same caution as diligent bike riders use.
Okay, so I'm gonna add this. So my child, one of my sons, asked for a scooter for Christmas, and we Santa got him the scooter for Christmas. I mean, he's gonna be 20 years old, because he wanted it for UConn's campus to get around from class to class. And when it arrived and it was tested, I freaked out. And it wasn't the woohoo effect. It was the mother in me scared to death that my child, who is on this scooter without any controls of speed, was going 25, I think even 30, anyway, really fast. When my husband got on it, he had the woohoo effect and really enjoyed it. And of course, all three of my boys had to try it, and they all had the woohoo effect. But I will tell you this, the woohoo effect dies down. It actually simmers where, I actually was very, very concerned at the speed. And I said to my husband, are there parental controls on this thing? And we, slow it down. So what makes me a little more tolerant of this is that it can only go up to 50 miles per hour. It will slow down in certain areas. Does it scare the bejesus out of me? Absolutely. As you age, you just, I used to be a daredevil and took risks, but now I'm older with a family, and I don't take as many risks any longer. So I'm probably not the right person to ask, but it does scare me in the sense of the congestion that those comments have been made. But I don't think it's any different than, bikes on the road, e-bikes, whether they're, the bike share, your personal bikes, your personal scooters, the kickstand scooters. I see them everywhere, skateboards. I don't think it's any different. I would like, our enforcement isn't that great in the city, which, we're gonna have to, if this gets past committee, we have to really put our foot down with, I think, enforcement, which maybe will help alleviate some of that woo-hoo effect. Is that our new term with the scooters, the woo-hoo effect? So I can definitely empathize with Alder Marks and her concerns, and I go do my drama with being a mom of a scooter rider. But you know what? My other child bought himself an e-bike to get to and from work, and that thing goes 30 miles per hour, and there's no parental control. So my woo-hoo is just totally deflated in my family because I'm just always paranoid and worried, and I don't sleep at night worrying about my kids. But where do we talked about sustainability tonight. We talked about the resolution, and we talked about trying to eliminate or diminish the amount of drivers that come and go out of the city. We're trying to make things maybe a little bit mobile in a more sustainable manner. And this is kind of part of that puzzle piece. I think from my understanding, from what I've skimmed through these documents, BoA is a reputable company. And when, you go for an RFP, which was done in this city with 3 vendors, you want to choose the vendor that has the, a good track record, one that has the experience, one that is going to be responsible in maintaining these scooters and listening to our concerns as well. And we have an out. It's not like we sign a contract and we have to stick with it till, 2029, I think? There's an out. If we're seeing that this isn't working out, we can get out of this. If we see that it's causing too much drama downtown, we can get out of it. And if we have to go there, we'll go there. We could try it out. We could pilot it. Hartford's been using it. You're right, Alder Marks. We should be getting some data from Hartford, and hopefully it will be provided to us as to what experiences they've had regarding all of our concerns. At this point, I'm willing to give it a shot only because of what I've learned tonight regarding the whole, what they call it, that's on the fence.
The fence,
The geofence, thank you. That makes me feel better. You're gonna have the derelicts wherever you go. You're gonna have the irresponsible bike rider. You're gonna have the irresponsible scooter rider. You have the irresponsible driver. You have the irresponsible person in general that just doesn't give a hoot. But we can't stop living because of them. I'm babbling now, so I'm gonna stop. I think you all know where my argument. I'm gonna turn it over to Alderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. E-bike is here, mode of transportation. They're cost effective. Not everyone has a car to drive around. Not everyone is in a bus location, and people need to get back and forth to work. I know a few people that has bike that does part of a job, delivery, etc., and so forth. So it's here, regardless how we look at it. I know, yes, I'm concerned about congestion, but this is a company review that has control over the bike. Goes only 15 miles per hour, has a geofencing, we're able to disable it. So I see it as a responsible form of transportation. And scooters is more of a different demographic. Right, a scooter. I'm too heavy to get in a scooter, but it's for a different demographic. So it's here to stay. It's a form of transportation. It's an economical transportation, and it's save us from the greenhouse gas, from taking an Uber or a Lyft, etc. So with that, I am inclined to say yes to this.
Okay, that's a good question. So discussion. I'm still confused in terms of scooters, so maybe someone on the committee can share the right discussion. I don't really understand where a scooter is supposed to go. The experience I had observing in DC, they were on the sidewalk because it felt so treacherous to be in the street. Do scooters go in bike lanes? You know, do they drive in the center of the street such that the cars behind them holding up traffic on Whitney so that it's going? So on Whitney Avenue, you check in. Are you in the middle of the lane on Whitney Avenue with the cars going 50 miles behind you? Are you on the side in an unprotected space going your 50 miles per hour? How do you cross from there to take a left turn? I assume it's similar to bicycling, but bicycling, we have bike lanes. Are these going in the bike lanes?
Yes.
So this is going in the bike lane and functioning like a bicycle.
Yes.
Exactly. Which is, I guess, why we have bicycle symbols here. So just think of it as a bicycle.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not leading me to a comment for discussion. I don't think the average scooter user has the education to understand. You ride this like a bicycle. And you need to sort of observe the proper bike rules. I'm not sure I can envision scooter riders stopping at stop signs and not weaving in and out of traffic. More akin to the way I think that too often motorcycles on our streets do.
You know, just my neighborhood has a lot of cyclists and skateboarders and scooter riders already, and they do use the bike lane. It's the same rules that will apply to a scooter as a bike. Look, are you going to have the ones that break the rules? Yeah, I see bikers, cyclists that break the rules that are, you know, there's a perfectly good bike lane. Where are they? You know, in the street. So, you know, so yes, the short answer is yes, they would have to use the bike lane. Aldersman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in agreement with Alder Fessa and Alder Singh. I mean, particularly, of giving it a go, particularly because of the 99.8 or maybe 99.9% sort of safety rating, the 15 miles per hour, the mitigating speeds on sidewalks. I think when I also have safety concerns, like you do, Alder Marks. I think my safety concerns are more related to either the safety of the scooter rider, but that's an infrastructure challenge that we have. And I think there's an education piece as well. I get the point that you're bringing up. When I think about riding a scooter, which I don't ride one, but I rode a Razor when I was 10 years old, I rode on the sidewalk, and I think there is a kind of culture building component. So I think you're right that there's an education piece. But when I primarily think about safety, I think there's just more work we need to do around infrastructure, and grateful for Director Zinn and others who are working on that issue. I think some of the concerns maybe I have that are just maybe something we should be cautious about as we move forward is, I just think about some of the challenges that these programs have had in other cities, things like maintenance, upkeep of them, profitability. I'm very grateful to Director Winter and Director Isola for looking ahead on that and really being able to examine some of the financials of these companies. I think they're just quite notorious for the booms and busts. And so, but VO seems to have figured out a business model that's been effective so far. But yeah, I think the maintenance piece is tricky. I think it's an operational challenge for companies like this, and is something for us to just continue to monitor customer service. You know, the ability for them to be maintained, and then lastly is this my favorite word of the day is this tipping. I think from a quality of life or kind of an aesthetic experience of the resident who isn't riding the scooter, seeing them sort of splayed, I think I can predict that being something that won't always be the most pleasant experience, and could again just kind of get under people's skin. And I'm not sure how to solve for that. I'm not sure if actually VO necessarily has a way of solving for that. It sounds like the two solutions so far is staff capacity to sweep some AI technology, maybe coming in the future, to be able to kind of signal to the user, hey, it's tipped over, you're going to continue to be charged, which is interesting. And then I am curious about these kind of lighter weight, cheap, at least somebody painting of, hey, 1, 2, 3, just to signal to the user you place it here. I am curious about that, not physical infrastructure paint. But that's a lingering question I have that I think just would be curious for us if we were to move forward to monitor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Smith. Any further discussion? Alder Flores.
I will say that I am in favor of giving it a shot. I think that there is ample time for us to say this isn't working, like Alder Smith said, and to take it back and to reassess. I do think that it would have been interesting, I didn't think of it at the time, but to ask more about what the app interface itself looks like, because if it's as simple as before every ride, it says, make sure you look both ways, stop at red lights, stay in the bike lane if provided, or something of that nature, similar to how Uber, when you get into an Uber, it sends you a notification that says, watch out for cyclists as you're opening your door. I think that would have been an interesting thing to see, and even to see if Hartford themselves have implemented any like very simple signage or something similar to painting the lines to indicate where things go, having a sort of sign that says very basic rules of the road. But yeah, that's sort of my take. I think there are some still quite lingering questions, but I think the reality is that someone may or may not get hurt on a scooter the same way someone may skin their knee tripping on the bus. I think I'm comfortable with assuming the same amount of risk that we do with e-bikes or regular bicycles on the street. So I'm in support of for this item.
Thank you, Alder Flores. You know, I'm just gonna add, it sounded like when we were questioning that they could actually add things to the app according to what we find. Did I hear that properly? I mean, we could ask this question. I mean, we have time. If this gets voted out of committee, you know, we have a first reading and a second reading. And during that period, we should get all the information that we have requested. And if we don't, we could always pass over it. So, you know, that information that we requested is going to be important for our final full board vote. But, you know, I don't want to see tipped scooters. We were in Providence a few years ago, and of course my kids had to try the scooters because they had them, and people were dropping them all over, and it really upset me. And I told my kids, do not, you're gonna put it in a place where it's not blocking the sidewalk, off to the side, and I actually made them move it 3 times because they still weren't putting it to my liking. So when with mom, you listen to mom. So I do want some kind of setup where it's organized from the moment someone takes it to the moment they put it back. So if it's lines, if it's even bike racks that they can slide it in, maybe have signage with a QR code on how to properly place a scooter, or, you know, whatever it is that we want to put on there, just additional information maybe for safety. There's things I think we can do on our end to make it a safer, more pleasurable ride, and also for us that would probably not get on one. Yeah, so my concern would be the proper placement, you know, making it look neat and not sloppy, because to me that's polite. All remarks.
Okay, thank you for the discussion and conversation, colleagues. I think I'm prepared to, at this point, vote out of committee with a caveat that I'm not certain what my position will be in final determination of the vote at the board. I very much want to look at the information I receive. I would very much like actually to bring this to our CMT in my neighborhood. I would like to hear from constituents and others, you know, what they think about this. It's kind of a, I mean, when I saw our agenda, it was a bit of like a, whoa, you know, kind of a big decision it felt like, and I don't think something that should come as be rushed or come as a surprise. I do feel very strongly that schools not be included, that the high schools not be included in the original footprint, and I don't know what room there is for that to be changed. I don't know exactly what we're agreeing to or how that limitation comes about, but I feel strongly I do not want to see the high schools having access to these scooters in the initial rollout.
I mean, they said 18 and over. I know that high schools have some 18-year-olds, but hopefully they won't put them near where
I don't,
underage.
I don't want to, I feel very strongly, I do not want access of the 18-year-olds. I do not want to see 4 or 5 18-year-olds taking off on scooter from my school to go downtown.
No,
Does not interest me one bit. So I don't want access, I do not want it near the high schools during the pilot portion, but I don't know if that's a reasonable limitation.
I think that's fair. I think it's a fair request. And again, that's, it sounds like they're still deciding where these, what are they called? Corrals are going to be located. And you made it clear, not near high schools. We still have city staff in the audience here where hopefully they're listening to these requests and we'll try to implement them.
Thank you. I don't know if others in the community agree with that limitation, but as the mother of high school students,
Yeah, they're from Toloa, yeah. Any further discussion on this item? Okay. Oh, we moved it, we seconded and made the amendment and we had a very good discussion and now we will take a vote. So all in favor of this item, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Do I hear a motion to move item number 2?
So move, Madam Chair.
Item 2 has been moved and seconded. This is in regard to the Air Rights Garage contract for 5 years with a 5-year renewal after that 5 years. Any discussion? Alderson.
Madam Chair, this is moving in the right direction, bringing in revenue for the city which needed, and it's a good thing.
Okay. And just as a reminder, this is a renewal as well. So it's renewing the contract that's been in place so far. Any other discussion? All in favor of this item, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays, abstentions? The ayes have it. Item number 3, which was very interesting, has been requested to discharge. So can we still have a discussion on it?
You can still move it.
Okay, so,
Officially move it to discharge.
Okay, do we move it? It's getting late. Do I hear a motion to move item number 3?
So move, Madam Chair.
Second.
Item 3 has been moved and seconded. Any discussion on item number 3 that has a request to be discharged? Alderson.
Madam Chair, I want to thank the city staff for the vision of this project here, which very much needed in the quantum computing and partnership with Yale and UConn. This will bring us on the map and hopefully will bring our city in a more economical development and for our city. So I'm in favor of this.
Thank you, Alderson. Any other? Alderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also in support of this proposal. Quantum computing is pretty tremendous. I mean, my partner is a doctor and a medical researcher at Yale, and the potential of her ability to go from processing data for weeks and months to minutes, seconds. It's the potential is pretty astonishing, and I'm excited that Union's a part of it. And commends the city staff for particularly Dean Mack, who left, and Director Piscatelli and Director Zinn for their leadership in this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderson. Any other discussion? I'll just add, this is, I think, an exciting opportunity for New Haven. We're already on the map for many other reasons, but this shows us as being leaders in this technology that is incredibly amazing, and with only 5 hubs out there, or approximately 5 hubs out there, and we being a part of that club really puts us on the map with, biosciences. We're already, there. That was a goal many years ago for New Haven to be, bioscience capital, and we're getting there. We may not be the capital, but we're close to being a code capital. So this is exciting. I think it's great for economic development in our city, job creation, tax base with revenue. the innovation part of it and just being leaders in this technology that is really way beyond my thinking. So it's really exciting, and I thank our economic development director and his team on working on this. Obviously, our city engineer and anyone involved, Giovanni Zen and his team. This is exciting. This is New Haven, and it's full of opportunities, and I hope we are awarded this. So we're voting on actually applying for and accepting, if awarded, this grant, and fingers crossed that that we achieve that goal. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of this item, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Abstentions? The ayes have it.
Just to clarify, that was in.
Oh, sorry, that was discharged. We take all of that back. It's late.
No, it's okay. You can
We
either have
read-
someone move it to be discharged or just take that. You can just take that.
Do I hear a motion to
Move
discharge?
item number 3 to discharge.
Okay, item 3 has been moved and seconded for discharge.
And discussion. Madam Chair.
Are we good, Misty? Sorry about that.
Madam Chair, if I may move back to the workshop.
Sure.
I
You don't
read,
have to, but.
just for the, while we're in it, I read the record and I know we're gonna engage back with this, climate committee and on the resolution was a lot of demands. But I would like them to come with some solution, how we can collaborate and work with this. Through you,
Well,
Madam Chair.
And we can work on that. I think a lot of it was requests of just city responsibility and, okay, but we will further that discussion.
Thank you.
Right, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Madam Chair.
All in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? All right, folks, thank you so much. We are adjourned. I feel like we're in.